All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for thank you for being patient. We're pulling up the right notes and making sure we're on the same page before we get started. I'm going to see if I can scroll back here. Mudbug, Woman, Cleveland, Hammy, Thomas, Rochelle, Black Swan, R&M, Jancy, Janksy, I don't know, I can't, Judy, Aaron, Judge Jessica, Chelsea, trying to scroll through, but Tammy, pain in the ass. Drew Seeker. Let me see, Linda Kay. I think Mandy Bay. I think um, somebody said I've been hanging out with Ange too long. Did I read that? Right? That's so funny. Okay, so what we're going to be looking at is we're going back over the hearing notes because I wanted to I've been trying to dig more into the different testimonies about the Indiana Department of Corrections, and I've looked at a lot of different people's notes, but Grady's are definitely very, very detailed, and so I wanted to be able to go through them, even though I feel like that live you did the last time you went back over them.
Yeah, for
I think I
the
watched them
one
like 3 times because there's just so much information. It takes me a few times before it really starts sinking in.
well, it's really just so much information because I was only at that hearing for the first 2 days of the hearings, because that nail was in my tire and my tire was flat, so I couldn't make it the 3rd
Oh yeah,
day.
yeah.
And so I ended up with 85 pages of notes. I mean, like, as they're talking, I am writing down as quickly as I can, um, to get the information. I'm trying to log, like, even things as, like exhibits, what the exhibits are, what they are being specified as, um, because I felt like they're important to know. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Um, so I just try to capture as much information as I possibly can. Sometimes they talk very, very fast. And, sometimes they talk very low. So there are some things that I get, some things I don't get. I just try my best. That's all.
Yeah. Well, when I was going through them, I couldn't believe how legible it was towards the end. I was like, "How is she doing?" Like, it was. I was definitely in awe by the time I got to the end of them when I was going through all of it because even typing it was a lot. So like I was trying to
Right.
imagine having to write it all, and I thought, man, you got to be motivated and committed to be this detailed for this many pages after set, especially when all the stuff they're talking about is very dense. So,
Yes.
oh,
Yeah, you have, like, there's no, some of this stuff they kind of give you a small bit of illumination, like when they talk about it for a second, but it's not like an oh wow moment.
yeah,
So I think that as we're journeying along and we're seeing things that are coming out in the case, it's like an aha moment sometimes, you know.
yeah,
So yeah, it's definitely, and then as you hear it, and like I'm writing it down, it's like I'm just kind of like listening and writing down what I hear. But then it's crazy because, like, you can't stop, like, you sometimes the things that you hear, you kind of have that moment where you want to stop and you want to gasp and you're like, let's process that. But it's like my brain is just like, no, don't process it now.
yes,
Process it
right,
later. So
yeah,
write it down, go through it. And even as I'm even rereading over my notes and going back through it, I'm like, holy guacamole, like there's just so much.
it is.
Um, it's so much. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's
One of
overwhelming.
it, it. I feel like that was a lot of like some of the filings and some of the notes and the transcripts.
Yeah.
It does, for me at least, it takes a few times. Like I have to read through it and then I have to read it again. And then I listened to your live, the
Yeah.
most recent one where you kind of dove back into it. And there was stuff that you were touching on that I don't even remember from the first time. And it happened when I was going through the Frank's memo too. Like every time I went back to it, I would think, how did I miss that? But it just when
Hmm.
there's that much information, it takes some time. So that's why I really do appreciate you doing this with me
Thanks.
too. But I do
Yeah.
okay. So what I want to before we kind of go through some of these, um, we decided to start with Holman while we're focusing on IDOC. And I wanted to know, I think when I was scanning this just to kind of see like how far, like what they start with before they get into it.
Right.
Was there anything, because I, was this the day where they couldn't find him, so they had to interview someone else, or was this a different day?
This was the second. The second day was the day that they couldn't find him, and they
Okay.
had to interview someone else instead. So this is the
Gotcha.
first day. Pullman was very. They were able to get him like in. He got on the stand fairly quickly. They didn't have to go on a recon mission. So, um, it was. I mean, it was fluid. He went through his credentials. Um, they talked about phone examinations. They asked about, records for Brad Holder's phone records. They're asking him, hey, did you take Brad Holder's phone? And Holman's like, no,
Yeah.
no. Like then they start to ask him about, the interview with Purdy in the summer fallish time in 2017,
Mhm.
um, and they asked him, was this interview with Brad Holder recorded or like notated or anything or any form or at all? And he's like, nope, you know. And then he talks about a training vacation where he's given the chance to train with the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia. Um, and he touches on that for a minute. And then they touch, it's not like, it's just kind of like pieces, you know what I mean? Like bits and
Mhm.
pieces of like going through the beginning of the timeline, right? So they're talking about the examination of Libby's phone,
Hey, real quick,
video examination. They're talking about data and crime scene evidence, but they're not getting into like the whole, knit and grit of it. They're just clarify. It's like a clarification. So, they're
did he
asking him, what time do you believe that the murders happened? And he's saying that they believe that the murders happened between 2:30 and 3:30 p.m. on the 13th. Um, so it, I don't know. They start talking about like the aspect of Ron Logan and then body,
Mhm.
and then they talk about an abduction occurred, and it kind of boggles my mind because they mentioned the word abduction, and then I think about
Did
like with the
Holman mention
filings
that
and
or the
stuff like that.
prosecutor?
Huh?
Did Holman say, like, who was the one who framed it that way when they said the abduction?
It
Was
was
it being
Nick.
questioned?
It
It was
was
Nick.
Nick
Okay.
because this is Nick, kind of. No, wait a minute, hold on.
I'm making notes as we go so I can go back later and kind of add to it. And did Holman
Yeah.
say that he was the when when they were saying the
Mhm.
National Academy, did he give any dates for that? Like even a like rough estimate dates? Like
No, it just they talk about, what happened like after like this whole situation. Like this was after Purdy had interviewed in like the summer
okay,
fallish time 2017 with Brad Holder.
gotcha. After his second interview or while
Right.
during or something.
Yeah. And
Okay,
I want to say that it was, yeah, I want to say it was Nick that was asking him about this because
okay,
he was talking about, like Ron Logan's and the abduction because back, okay, so remember when, like back in the hearings after like in May, like before this unexpected turn of events and stuff, when Alan, they were talking about trying to attach the charges of kidnapping to Alan. And so they had come to a point where they said, okay, they weren't able to charge Alan with the charges of kidnapping because there's a 5-year period where the statute of limitations had run out. So they were unable to to charge him with that. So I found it interesting how the statute of limitations had kind of like run out on that. So that's when Nick had come with, okay, we can't hit you with these um kidnapping charges. So we're gonna hit you with like a double murder rap, right? Murder, and then murder. So that's like when his stuff was like
That was the amended charges?
yeah, when it was re-amended, right?
Yeah.
So it just kind of surprised me that like
And they
even
were
though he
discussing
was
that right around this part of the thing, or I'm trying to figure out if I'm putting it here or if it's just,
no,
it reminded you something later.
that was not that was not this hearing. That was
Okay.
back in May. So
Gotcha. Okay.
I've been going to the hearings
That's right.
since
Okay.
when the unexpected turn of events. That is the
Yeah.
first hearing that I went to, and I have attended each hearing since.
Okay. Let's see. I'm making notes as we go, and I'm highlighting mine so that I can go back and make sure to like make the distinction. So it might be sloppy now, but I will not leave it this way.
It's
But that is
okay. And
also why I do a doc version so that I can kind of
well,
make
yeah,
myself
and it
notes
gives us a
later.
chance to communicate. And when there's explanation, then
Absolutely.
it's better to get it all processed. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to get you off track, but I did want to. I didn't know. Um, I was curious about the phrasing, like if Holman framed it as that or if he was asked that. But okay, so after he,
So it's like when Nick was talking about it, Nick was talking about, what the time of when they believe that the murders happened and, the abduction occurring. So it kind of stuck out in my mind, because again, we've already covered this whole part where you're not charging him with kidnapping, but you're still
yeah,
kind of firmly pushing like these girls were taken and
hmm
then they were, harmed. So um he's talking about they believe that the murders happened between 2:30 and 3:30 p.m. on the 13th. Um, and I don't fully remember like in total like exactly the exact words that were mentioned at this point. Forgive me, but I just like I the name Ron Logan was mentioned, body was mentioned, abduction occurred. Like that, you know what I mean? Like
gotcha, yeah,
I didn't like catch the full sentence like writing it, you know what I mean? And so then he asks, like they ask if Holman was familiar with Brad Holder and his interview in 2017, and he says yes. And he asks, where was Brad Holder claiming to be when this whole ordeal went down? And he says, well, he was at work at Liberty Landfill, and they ask him, are you familiar with how long of a drive it would be from Liberty Landfill to Delphi to reach the Monon High Trail bridge area, whatever. So he indicated that it was about a 30-minute drive to the landfill. And then they start talking about that after work, I guess Brad Holder was at a workout facility in Logansport, Indiana at Anytime Fitness. And they asked Coleman, well, how do you know that he was at this Anytime Fitness? And he says, because there's a key fob that the attendant that, like the gym member waves into this system. So it digitally logs this key fob for him going into the gym and working out, right?
yeah,
And so they talk about emails for, the work records for Brad Holder. Um, and so an exhibit, it says the exhibit 4, which are supposed to be their Brad Holder's works, like his work hours, like the clock in time and stuff for the 13th. Okay. So they indicated that Brad Holder had clocked into work at 4:55 a.m., that he left for lunch and clocked out at 12:12 p.m. Um, And then he clocked back into work after his lunch break had ended at 12:30 p.m. And then he clocked out for the day at 4:45 p.m. and arrived at Anytime Fitness for his workout, then scanning his key fob into the system at 4:08 p.m.
Okay, when did he clock out for lunch?
12:12 p.m. and he clocked back
Okay,
in at 12:30. So he clocked out at 12:12. That's what we're missing.
gotcha. Okay. I don't know if you can see as I'm typing.
You're good. No worries. I can see. I've got you on my big screen.
Okay, I
I
see
just
what you're
got
saying
the
now. 'Cause, when I was looking at the notes, I couldn't tell if, like, you wrote 12:12 and that was the wrong time he went to lunch. But now I realize I just was not thinking that you got to clock out and then back in.
right,
Let me fix
right.
this one.
Okay.
When I was trying to just get them all typed, I was like going through them as fast as I could, so I wasn't really thinking while I was doing it.
Yeah,
And now
no,
I'm
you're
going back
good.
through. Okay, there we go.
Correct.
Okay.
So he clocks in at 4:55 in the morning. He goes to lunch at 12:12 p.m. He comes back from lunch at 12:30 p.m. He clocks out for the day from work at 2:45 p.m. and at 4:08 p.m. he is digitally waving that key fob at Anytime Fitness to go in and do his workout that
That is
day on
such
the
a
13th.
short lunch break for someone
Correct.
who's been going since 5 a.m. and then the first thing he does when he gets off after being at work all day and having a real short break is goes to work out.
Right. I don't know. He's got a heck of a lot of energy, like a
I
lot of
guess.
testosterone, something pumping. I don't know. Um, and so there's a reference to a deposition that was performed. They're I guess with Holman, right? So they're talking about a deposition, page 13 and 14 of his deposition. And so they mentioned the words about a bad experience turning over a phone. And then they're talking about the February 17th, 2017 interview with Brad Holder. Um, so it's like they're talking about the bad experience turning over the phone. So like it's
Were they
kind of
talking
like
about
you go back
Logan
to
or not
huh?
Logan? Were they talking? Was Brad saying that he had a bad experience turning it over at his interview,
Yeah,
or
like
Logan had a
he's
bad
saying he
experience?
turned over the phone. He's like, "I turned over the phone." Well, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. And then, like, he's like, "No, they definitely got my phone. They got my phone. They got my son's phone at the same time because you have to catch it. Like, it's in the wording and the way things are said." So one
Yeah,
time he says, "Listen, y'all got mine and my son's phone at the same time." Then another time it's, "No, you didn't get my son's phone there. You got my phone." "No, I don't know if you got my phone or not." Then you have the bust out that comes out that, "Oh, yo, we got your son's phone, but you weren't the one who gave up your son's phone, bro.
yeah,
Your ex-wife was the one who signed the consent form for us to retrieve your child's phone." So it's just like the discrepancies as you hear it, you go back and forth because like if you if you listen and you follow and you right like there's discrepancies in a lot of stuff like back and forth
mhm,
between the different hearings because I don't know if it's like they say one thing and then they forget what they say or
yeah,
they're like overwhelmed and like they blurt it out, I guess maybe because it just comes to mind.
yeah,
I don't know. Um I just write what's there. You know what I mean? And
mhm,
that's all I can do. And all I can do is just give the facts as they had been presented. That's all I can do.
yeah. Let's see. Okay, let me scroll down. Well, I'm gonna go after
Oh,
this. We'll go back and like try to see if I can.
so
Um.
at the top, when it says Latrell calls 2:48 p.m., so this is the time that Holman got on the stand.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
so he
You
got
mean
on the
up
stand at
here?
2:48 p.m. and then so they're
Okay.
having this discussion about ISP collecting Holder's phone on February 14th, 2017 at 3 p.m. So like there's insistence that like there's a record saying that ISP collected Holder's phone on the 14th of February, right? But then Holman's saying, no, we didn't collect the phone because it wasn't necessary. Brad's saying, you collected my phone. Then he's like, no, wait, you didn't collect my phone. Like, it's, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's like somebody knows who collected the phone and who didn't collect the phone. It's just, we got to get to the bottom of it and find out if it's what it is. You know what I mean? You can't be unsure about these things. These things you have to be 1,000% sure. You know what
Well,
I
what's
mean?
weird to me is if I remember, like the part that defense put in the Franks memo about Holder's interview on the 17th, part of their report is them saying Holder is telling us that they collected his phone. Like Brad
Yes.
Holder is telling Goody and Pohl, the two
Right.
agent, like
And
the two, and he told
right.
them, oh yeah, they already collected my phone.
Yeah.
So
So there's a
we
report
know that
here.
nobody collected it on the 17th,
No,
but
no, but here's the thing though. But there's a report that is stating that Indiana State Police collected Holder's phone on February 14th, 2017, and they noted that it was approximately collected at 12:35 p.m.
that was Logan Holder's phone. At the I
No.
believe they said Brad
Okay.
Holder's
No, not Brad. I'm sorry. You're right. Not Brad Holders. You're talking about Logan's. You're right. Logan's. Sorry. I don't
and
know
on
why
the
I said that.
14th. No, that's because
On
well,
the 14th.
it
So yeah, they're saying
before
the
this
ISP
part came
collected.
out, I went back
I
and
just
forth
wrote
with it.
Holders. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the only time I write, like, I usually just write BH or Holder, but when it comes like, I have to write his son's name out because I do that a lot. But before Nick put that in a filing about Logan's phone, I think it was
Yeah.
Sleepy Goosey I sent a message to where I was going through. I'm like, this report is saying that somebody text Brad on the 13th and that they got his
Yes.
phone. And like, I was like, does that mean on this day or that day? And like, until Nick came out with that filing, that drove me crazy because I didn't
Yeah.
know that. And also, I didn't realize until these hearings that Logan Holder was also interviewed on the
Yes.
17th, the same day. So that was a lot of confusion for me. But I'm going to mark that here just so that I
Yeah. So
can,
it's Logan Holder's phone. I'm sorry.
yeah,
Yeah,
no,
it's Logan
I
Holder's
feel you.
phone, and they collected it according to the Indiana State Police report. They collected it about approximately 12:35 p.m. And then there was a State's Exhibit 6 that was given to the court. That was a copy of the consent to search that was signed by Shannon Holder. So and it was given like the interaction where the phone was collected. It was collected by Sergeant Ryan Bonner.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Let's see. Yeah,
sorry.
he's the
And
one who did the extraction on Libby's phone. He's the same analyst or whatever, like phone guy,
yeah,
whatever you. I
and
don't
he
know
ain't
what the
here
real
no more
title is.
either. He ain't here no more either. Like he's deceased. So like yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Okay, didn't realize
So
that.
huh?
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Is he
So because
older?
huh?
Oh, did they? Oops, sorry, I'm trying to type while talking. Not good.
No,
Is
I'm
he
sorry.
older? Like age wise? Like was he? Did he
I
die
don't
before
I
retiring?
thought he was younger guy. And it's Bonner, Bonner, I
Oh,
think,
I
or
thought
Bonner, whoever. I don't know.
one of the filings had it BUN, but I'm gonna highlight it so I can go check after this.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Well,
I
I'm
just
dyslexic, so I'm probably the wrong when it comes to spelling.
and I just like when they say a name, sometimes I may not know exactly how to
It
spell it
sounds
out.
like
You know what I
Bonner,
mean?
yeah.
But I write it down by sound or whatever. So if I'm sure I'm probably wrong. You're probably right on that because
No, I'll just look through the
you have
filings
been
afterwards to
into
figure it
this.
out.
Yeah. Whew.
Let's see. Okay, yeah, it was okay. This was I see now because it says Delphi High School. If we had just if I had looked a little further down, okay.
Correct, because
So yeah,
they made a fuss about it, that talking about how the phone was not collected at the Delphi Police Department, that they went and physically retained this phone while Logan was at the Delphi High School. So they talk about the officer arriving at the school to obtain the phone in an attempt to help locate the girls. So
wait, wait,
they're
wait, wait,
over
wait, wait,
there.
real quick. Hang on. He went to Delphi High School? They lived in
Yeah.
Logansport, but he went to
He didn't
Delphi?
go to Delphi High School. For some reason, he was over at the high school. He was in town over at the high school. Oh, basketball. That's what it was. There was like a basketball game or something like that, some sporting event going on over at the high school. There was a lot of people like over whatever, but I don't know. Like, and I may be wrong. It may not have been at they said Delphi High School, but they're saying that
Yeah. Well, I think
it was
everybody has been
collected at the
saying that, but
Delphi High School and not the
it didn't
police
even
department.
click with me until right now. I mean, I've looked at a bunch of people's notes and the transcripts. I've heard Delphi High School a lot, but it didn't occur to me till just right this moment that they lived in Logansport. So I'll look it
Correct.
up later.
Correct.
I'll figure it out
So
because yeah,
Um,
let me
so yeah,
see.
so like that was like, cause I mean, it was like a big stink made about it, about the phone being
Yeah,
collected at Delphi High School. They talk about the officer arriving to the school to obtain the phone in an attempt to help locate the girls on the 14th. And this is at 12:35 p.m. And then I guess unbeknownst to this officer, as he's in the process of going over to the high school to talk to him to get information, and to collect this phone, they're already in the process and have found the girls' bodies. So I don't know if they hadn't yet made that communication to this officer. And as he's there getting the phone, obtaining the phone, that's when the girls' bodies are being um, announced to the public that they're found. You
yeah.
know what I
Well,
mean?
in Holder's report from the 17th, that is one thing he does say. He says that while they were collecting the phone, they were informed that the girls were deceased. And the thing I
Yes.
was trying to ask Lucy about was, does that mean the day they were found or the day they were identified? Because at this point there was
No,
no
that's the
date.
day that they were
But
found because the girls
okay,
were not identified for a couple of days later. So what ended up transpiring then is that the original coroner for Delphi was a young kid, and this young kid is deceased as well. So he's no longer living. Um, and the girls' bodies were sent to Terre Haute Regional Hospital, and there was a much older, much more experienced forensic pathologist that made the determination and completed the examination of the girls' bodies. I actually do have his name and information. I can forward it to you and all that
yeah.
jazz. But yeah, so their stuff was sent over and the girls were identified, um, I want to say publicly on the 17th. I want to say it was the
Um,
17th or 18th that they were publicly identified
mm, I
as,
think it was the
yeah,
15th.
Dr. Kaur.
Yes, yeah,
He's
you're
right.
right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
And I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude to anybody coming in that said hello, hello, hi, love you guys. Thank you for coming and listening and supporting us.
absolutely.
Yeah. So,
I'm only able to see one screen at a time, so um, hi to everybody.
hi.
Even though I'm on a different screen and can't see.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, so they got the phone. They informed him about the girls while they were collecting the phone, and then
Yep.
he's interviewed. So, did they go into anything about the 17th in the interviews with either Brad or Logan, in at least during Holman's testimony? Like, did they discuss
Um,
anything for about the 17th?
there is some discussion and stuff like about Brad Holder on the 17th, but there's something that we need to go over before we gloss over and get to
Oh,
that I think is
okay,
very important here in the notes. Okay.
yeah,
So not only are they talking about that they've gone over here to Delphi High School and they've collected this phone from Logan Holder, right? But they get to talking about the phone itself. Okay. And so it's clarified that Holman says he does not believe that Richard Allen returned back to the scene of the crime on the 14th. Okay. They're asking who turned on the phone. They said that there's conflicting reports about the phone dying. There's misunderstanding of telephone pings. Um, and so they get into the conversation about new technology software that they're using that discovered that there were new pings and that the phone was turned on the 14th. So they're asking, who turned on the phone at 4:33 a.m. And so then that's when they start to talk about Brad Holder. They start to ask if Brad Holder had a mimicked crime scene photo on his social media page, right? Um, and they talk about Brad Holder having all of these social media posts that were never
Mhm.
explored. He never had a phone extraction. There's no phone extraction. Um, and then they start to talk about these emails that were generated between Jay Abbott and Douglas Carter, incidentally, on February 17th, 2017.
Mhm.
They indicate in these emails that the drug task force had been apprised and was included like on this stuff. Okay. Collecting information, like the drug task force had been let known that this was going on, but they made a reference to this kid that went to school with Abby and Libby, and like they mentioned the name Noah Dillman. It was so weird. It was like it was an instant like Noah Dillman gloss over, and then they say nothing else about it.
Who brought up
Okay.
his name? Was it Holman or the prosecutor? Do you remember?
It was going so fast. I don't remember who was
That's
talking because
okay.
it was like a back and forth, back and forth. You know what I
Gotcha.
mean? Like, I'm just like, I'm not really like, I'm tuning out the
That's okay.
person talking, like the voice, I guess, and I'm just writing what I hear.
No, I hear you.
Somebody said
I'm
Noah
asking
Dillman.
as we go through it questions that I have
Yeah,
so that I can go back later and see if maybe
gotcha.
somebody else got it in their notes. But it's okay if you got so many details. Like I'm surprised. Like if you didn't get this one, I don't even. Yeah, you're good. Like this is very helpful.
Thank
But
you.
I'm just asking as we go through them as it occurs to me. So,
Yes.
but they were talking about we informed the drug task force, and by the way, Noah Dillman, like in what?
Yeah, they okay. Yeah, it was so strange because they talk about how these emails were sent back and forth between Jay Abbott and Doug Carter on February 17th, 2017. They're talking back and forth and they're like, yo, the drug task force has been apprised. We've collected information. There's mention of a name of Noah Dillman, and Noah Dillman was a kid who was a fellow classmate of the girls who went to the middle school with them. Um, and then they talk about that Logan Holder's phone had been obtained on the 14th and that it was part of the missing girls investigation. And this there was no cross-examination of Holman.
So was was it brought up in the emails
Yes,
about? No,
correct.
okay,
All of this here where it references with Mr. J. Abbott and Douglas Carter, and it says 21717. This is in reference to emails that were traded between Doug Carter and Jay Abbott because there's more. Like they talk about more information that had been exchanged. There were other people that were CC'd into the email conversation. So we find that out as well as we're going along.
hang on. Let me give me a second. We're talking about collecting info. They, I'm gonna try to take notes on your notes. Hang on. They started
Okay.
CCing other relevant people. Hang on.
And as we
Noah
go along, like in my
Dillman,
notes, it does tell us who is CC'd in there. We'll just have it's
okay,
just
and
further
then
along.
as someone who
So
went to school with girls.
task force would have been, like somebody from the drug task force would have been CC'd into this. I'm assuming
Um,
if they're talking about that the drug task force had been apprised.
okay, hang on. All right, I'm doing shorthand right now because I will,
Okay.
like when I go back, I'll be able to look at it and try to
Right.
like dig down more. Yeah, okay. All right, sorry. Thank you for that. Okay.
Okay.
So then they go back to Logan's phone being taken on the 14th.
Yes. They mention
Okay.
again that Logan Holder's phone was taken on the 14th, and they said that it is part of the missing girls investigation.
Okay. All right. And is this all in the emails? Like this
Yes.
information? Okay. Let me
Correct.
clumps
These
of us
are
that told her. Okay.
topics of discussion that are discussed in the email between Jay Abbott and Douglas Carter beginning on 2/17/2017.
Okay. I'm going to highlight all of it so I remember that it all goes together. Okay. So then Nick doesn't cross Holman. And
Nope.
so they started at 2:48 or something. And then after that, it's about 3:30. And then they get into the motion to dismiss. Or was
Yes,
that's the motion to dismiss was completed with Holman's testimony?
correct.
Okay. Okay. Let's see what else. Okay, so Baldwin wants to speak about okay, from Ryan Boucher. Okay. So who is he about to bring back up onto the stand here?
He's not bringing him onto the stand. He'd like to talk about in reference to the mimicked crime scene photo that was found to be posted on Brad Holder's social media page.
Okay.
Brad Holder's social media page, there's a depiction of two individuals that are said to be deceased with trees, positioned
Yeah.
on them, things of that nature, like similarities.
Yeah.
He didn't post this like in 2017. That particular photo was originally posted, I believe in 2013. Um, and somewhere in my notes, I believe they mentioned the year or whatever, like
Cody's
in
the one who did
testimony or
that.
whatever. Somebody testifies to it. Um,
Yeah.
so so Baldwin basically wants to make like an omission, like a what is it? It's kind of like the same thing he did with Amber Holder's statement, when they wouldn't let her get on the stand on March 13th. So it's a what is it called? An offer to proof. It's an
Oh,
offer to
okay.
proof. So at this point, Mr. Baldwin wants to make an offer of proof concerning um, the mimicked crime scene photo because the defense had to go and retain that information themselves. Okay.
Yeah.
They had to go and retain that information from Mr. Ryan Boucher. Um, and so I'm sorry, I want to think about how I word this before I word this.
I can relate.
Okay. So he wants to talk about the photo that was retained from Ryan Boucher because we know that the photo, like the information that was sent in to the tip line, right, was sent in to Ryan Winters, was the officer, right? So
Yeah.
like they talk about the fact that like this tip like is gone. This Dropbox that this photo
Yeah. I
evidence
couldn't
was said
access
to
it
be
anymore.
collected in, like this stuff is gone. Like it's like, but luckily this individual that had turned in that tip had kept the originals of the information that was submitted. Um and they were able to let somebody know like, hey, I still have this, so this is viable information, please come and get it. So the defense had to go and retain that stuff, and that's where that $12,000 in incurring of debt comes from, because it wasn't just about going to get the photo. They then had to conduct interviews, depositions, things like that, because there was information given to them that other people had information that was viable. You know what I mean? So they had to go through the process of obtaining and preserving that information.
Mhm.
That's how I will put it.
Let me see. Hang on. I'm gonna reword it like you just said. Hang on.
I mean, and at this point, like Baldwin doesn't point that specifically out there, but this is because
Oh, he
I've been
didn't?
to the
Okay.
hearings. Like, you know what I mean? So in my mind's eye, I'm going back through all of that
Gotcha.
stuff. Put the doggies out for the last time for tonight. And then, yeah. Okay.
Hang on, let me see. Well, I'm gonna keep the note for myself to track down which filing, because I do remember this. I thought maybe he was bringing it back up in the hearing because he did bring it up very specifically in a filing. I just can't remember which one. So I'm gonna change the color so that I know it's not from the hearing, but I do want to track it down.
Yeah. And I just want to say, like, for me, like, when I think about like all of these hearings, like, it's just a continuation of what was going on before the last time that
Yeah,
you were in front. So it's, you know what I mean? You're just
just
waiting a long
still
time
trying
for
to
the
like
next
deal with it.
episode.
Yeah,
Yeah. So to me, it's like when I look at all of this in its totality and I look at everything lined out, it's fluid for me. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. So let's see. Unable to find something or provided could be Is this him still doing his offer to prove?
Yeah, he was doing his offer to prove, and then um there's like there's an objection at one point, um because Nick says, no, you're unable to find something or provide something that could be exculpatory, that points to third party, right? He's like, you don't have what you're saying you have, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And Baldwin says, but I believe that what we do have is exculpatory evidence. There's exculpatory evidence even sitting within the 101 phone extractions. Okay. So Baldwin talks about that the FBI tendered to evidence that yes, Brad Holder was involved. They said they referenced that they believed that there was also someone related to Holder that was in play as well, but they did not say an exact name.
Let me see. Okay. So Baldwin is saying that defense believes someone related to Holder is in play, or
No,
that the
listen,
FBI
Baldwin is
believed it.
saying the FBI made a report. The FBI tendered a report to evidence. It says FBI tendered to evidence that yes, Holder is involved. They also indicated that someone related to Holder is in play as well.
Okay.
It says that um, they were to use whatever they needed at their disposal. Okay. And then he
Okay.
said, Baldwin says, and now they're saying, he's saying, like, he's referencing like Holman just got off the stand, right? And he's like, and now Holman saying that they never took the phone, that they didn't need to take the phone, right? And
Gotcha.
Baldwin says, but I have something of value here. He says, I have 101 phone extractions here. He said, in a couple of these phone extractions that I have are are of value, but the rest of them, they're junk.
Oh, junk.
Nothing.
I thought it said June. Hang on, let me fix
No,
that.
junk. Couple of these phone extractions are of value. The rest of them are junk. They're nothing. They're nothing burger. But I have something of substance within these 6 phone extractions that I'm laying on the table here. There's something of substance here. There's a little nugget of value. The FBI is saying Holder's involved and that there's a family member that is in play as well. This is part of his offer to prove.
Gotcha. Hang on. Hang on. Part of. Oops. Okay. And so then after he says that, he's is this where he leads into about, okay, we've got all these phone extractions. Some of them are valuable, the rest are junk. But now,
Right.
after they lost a photo, then they lost his interview, then the other
So
interview's
then he
gone.
says, yeah,
Like
so then he
listing stuff.
says, right. So he's like, listen, I got 101 phone extractions. Couple of them are of value. A couple of them, can be used in evidence. The rest of these they're useless because these people are not like these people are not clearly tied to anything to do with the crime. Okay, for
Gotcha.
the
But
rest
they
of
still took them
them. So
anyway.
then he says there's a problem because you have the first interview of Brad Holder that was conducted, and now the first interview is gone. He said there was an interview conducted with Logan Holder. That interview is gone. Then he talks about an extraction of a video of a second interview that initially the second interview that was going on with Brad Holder, they claimed that the interview never happened.
Was it Unified Command that said that, or the prosecutor, or Holman claimed he was never interviewed?
Holman, I think,
Uh,
or I don't know.
Unified.
I don't
That's
know who
okay.
it was that said that he was never. They just said that the video of the second interview, they claimed that's right. He said they did. They claimed they didn't even do like when Purdy went out there to go interview Brad Holder.
Hmm.
They claimed that they didn't videotape that interview. They didn't take any documentation. They took no notes. There's no you not only don't have the first initial interview, okay, because you're missing so much interview, like initial 70 days of initial evidence, okay, but then a little while later there's an interview that's conducted in the fall of 2017, right, with
Yeah.
Brad Holder, where you have Officer Purdy going out there with the female officer. What was her name? I want to say
Limler.
yeah, Lindler. So Officer Lindler and Officer Purdy go out there to go interview Brad Holder, and they say, we didn't videotape this interview. We didn't take any notation down about this interview. And so Baldwin says, and you asked, why was Purdy out there going to interview Brad Holder? And there's a point where it's brought up and they assert that the whole reason that these two officers went to go interview Brad Holder was because he was knowledgeable in Odinism.
Yeah.
He had knowledge of Odinism. And to me, I'm sitting there going, well, who the hell told you that Brad Holder was the man? Who told you that he was the man to go to find out the whole set of this thing? Because now, as we're going further in these filings, they're like, oh, we even went and talked to Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department officers that practice this same practice. I just want to know who told you that Brad Holder was the man. Who did? Who did it? Who? Who? I gotta
That's
know.
hilarious.
Gotta know. I don't
I do
know.
too. Now I do. Now I for sure
Right.
like I definitely need to know the answer to that now. Let me
Right.
see.
So then what we're talking about. So you want to know who the hell wants to know why is Holder the man? Okay. Why'd you go and talk to Holder about Odinism? Right? So awesome sauce. You are relieved of your duties, sir. Can I have a hug? Absolutely. Come here. Give me a hug. Hello, people. All right.
Hi.
Hi. All right. Love you. Love you too, Pat. Okay.
Oh, he's cute.
Hey. So in this time, there like it was really strange because then Baldwin starts to talking about, okay, so you're going out there and you're talking to Brad Holder and you're talking to Holder about Odinism. And, you know, at this point, there's
Like, the
already
painting
been
was about Odin. Like, it was a picture of Odin, and if they're going to ask questions about
no,
Odinism,
listen.
you would think that
Okay.
would come up,
So
right? Or
this is
no?
this is this is where the painting comes in. Okay. So 1 year on February 18th, 2018, a year to
Oh, it
date,
had gotcha.
he paints this photograph of Odin hanging from the tree. And then like so Baldwin says nobody goes and they've seen these photos on his social media. Like they're obviously looking at him. There's interest in him. He is a
Yeah.
viable suspect at this point, according to what
Yeah.
you're seeing in the different talks back and forth between Abbott and Carter. He's a viable suspect. You're cruising his social media. You're seeing a photo of two people depicted that have been turned in that are supposed to be quote unquote like dead, kind of like the same mimicked crime scene that you're looking at here. You
Yeah.
see that there's a painting of Odin that he's completed, and not one point in time you didn't ask, Mr. Holder, can we please talk about this mimicked crime scene photo that kind of matches this crime scene and this painting that you've put on your social media? No, no. So you mean to tell me that you didn't bother to ask him about this mimic crime scene photo? You didn't ask him about a painting. You went out there to talk to him specifically regards to his professionalism and his expertise in
Yeah.
Odinism. Okay,
Let
sure.
me see.
All right. So and Baldwin said, you didn't ask him about this painting that was completed almost a year to the day. And, you know, so then they said that they, Brad Holder claimed they spoke to Westfall. Okay. So he says, we talked to Brad Holder. Brad Holder says they spoke to Westfall. Um, and he says, no, it's about Odinism. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't go out there to talk to him about this crime. We didn't go out there to talk to him about anything to do with this. Oh, you mean you didn't talk to him about talking to Westfall? No, we didn't talk to him about shit, basically, you know? Um, and Baldwin says, how do you not know to ask about these things? How would you not know? Why would it
Oh,
not be a thought in your mind to ask about these things? And he says, and we have Holman on the stand saying it wasn't necessary. None of it was necessary.
let me see.
So
Okay. How,
Baldwin,
and Holman is speaking for Purdy and Limler at this point. He's like, well, if they didn't ask about it because it wasn't necessary. Like, this is Holman.
no, I think Purdy had been
Oh my gosh, is Purdy on the
on
stand now? I think
not
I,
no, listen, Purdy had been on the stand previously at the other hearing. This is why that March 18th
oh,
hearing ties
okay, okay,
in.
okay.
Honey, this is what I'm saying to you. Is like this
Gotcha.
is like an episode, like you have to keep going like
Yeah,
fluidly, because as we're going through these court proceedings, this isn't like, oh, this is just a new thing. They're pretty much still fighting things that are ongoing, like the whole time. They're touching base on different things. So,
gotcha.
he's referring to previous testimony, like deposition type things that they've already come across. And so Baldwin says, in order to prevail, you have to prove the phone dump existed for Brad Holder, right?
Yeah,
Um, and then he says you also have to implement logic, and you have to look at the FBI female emails.
yeah.
And he says, I also have to examine the fact that Brad Holder had claimed that he turned his phone over. However, Mr. Holman is saying that they didn't take the phone because it wasn't necessary. He says that you also have to take into accountability that according to the first interaction on 2/17/2017, when the first interview of Brad Holder, because there's not like a whole like big ordeal about it. There's like very small notation about what transpired in that interview itself, right? Like you have, a little small thing, but they don't have the preserved evidence there so that they can look back over that with audio. Okay, there's video, they can see him on the screen, but they can't hear him, right?
Yeah.
And so it's notated in that first interaction interview on 2017 with Brad Holder that he claims to have never met Abby and that his son had spoken to Abby. And Baldwin says, you ask him how he got involved in this, and he said, and they re-interview him again. There's a second deposition recently, right? And so in this second deposition that they had done with Brad Holder, as in August of this year, I think it was August, was it? No. Yeah, August. Remember? I don't know. They were doing depositions on all of these people, right? Like they were bringing them in and out on stuff on the sidelines, like out of court, right? And so he indicates like during that second deposition, like Brad Holder at first saying he doesn't know the Abby at all, then goes to saying, well, yeah, I did meet one of the girls, but I don't know which girl it was. I don't remember if it was Abby that I met or if it was Libby that I met. So like then there's another story told that according to Brad Holder, he says that he met Abby 2 times. He indicates that one time he met Abby while over at Patrick Westfall's house. And so then turn around and Baldwin says that there is evidence of intentionality to bury evidence here. And that is part of his offer to prove, is that there's an intentionality of trying to bury the evidence here because you have Jerry Holman claiming that Brad Holder's phone was not needed. Okay. He said, and then another point, because you're going back to the March 18th hearings now for this point. Okay. So this point, when Kevin Murphy testified at the March 18th hearings. Okay. Before, like when all of this went down, like I guess that Holman did not realize the defense was going to get this 12-page report that was written up by like Murphy. Because like this also ties into that Odin report stuff. You know what I mean? But it wasn't just the Odin. What was it? It's not the Odin report. It was the other report, the one with the professor. You know what I'm talking about? The
Oh,
professor report. Okay.
so he was asking how they got the Turco's report or Murphy's
Yes,
report?
That's it. Turco.
Okay.
So Turco was part of that Murphy was part of giving information for that Turco report, right? He was one of the individuals that helped drafted that 12-page Turco report. Okay.
Okay, hang on. The Turco report was not turned over until October. Holman, like the
Right.
the state turned
October.
that over, but
Right.
they got Murphy's report before that or Turco's report.
I don't
You're not
I
sure?
don't know whose report they got first, but this is what I'm going to point out.
Okay.
So Murphy, when they talked to Murphy about that 12-page Turco report in March, okay,
Yeah.
when Holman found out that he was getting up on the stand and was testifying, okay, they did not want anybody to know that that Turco report was there. There was a big stink about that Turco report,
Yeah.
okay, because first it's we can't find the professor. Now you locate the professor, but the report.
Yeah.
Murphy was able to provide that 12-page report. So it is said that Jerry Holman went up to
Oh.
Murphy and says, "What the fuck is this? And how did they get it?" referring to the Turco report, the
Because
12-page Turco
Murphy
report.
included that with his field notes and stuff that he sent to Unified Command. Am I
I
understanding that
believe
right?
so. Yeah, I
Okay.
believe so because Murphy
Oh,
testified because Holman said to him, "What the fuck is this and how did they get it?" And it's concerning the 12-page Turco report.
okay. I thought Kevin Murphy wrote like his. Okay, I need to make a note of that. Actually, I need to go check that. Because I know what you're
There's a
saying, but
12-page
I think
report,
yeah. I
and
thought that was
Murphy's
just
going to
all his field
testify
notes and
about
from the
it.
interviews. Hang on.
No, Murphy's going to testify about this 12-page Turco report. And
Gotcha.
apparently Holman says to him, "What the fuck is this and how did they get it?" Because he didn't know that like they were able to retain that Turco report. They're
Gotcha.
telling the defense, "We don't have this Turco report. We don't know
Yeah.
where this professor is, and we're looking for him. We're looking for him, and we'll let you know as soon as we locate him, but we don't know who he or she is." And then the defense, they're playing the defense, but the defense is already on the ball and they've already know who the professor is. They know who the professor is. Not only do they know who the professor is, but they were able to retain a copy of that 12-page report. And it made people very upset.
I'm trying to hang on. Give me just a second because I want to make sure because I was trying
And
to
no,
just
Kevin
listen and
Murphy
take
is
notes.
not the one that was killed
It was
by
Barricade.
share or Shane Shane Meehan. It was Greg Pharisee. Pharisee, Click, and Murphy were the three Odinism task force dudes that were together. Pharisee is dead. They attempted to kill Murphy with a bomb, an explosive device, and were unsuccessful. And then Click said the day that Pharisee died, he quit working on the case because he knew that his life would be in jeopardy, continuing to work on that. So let's get it crystal clear. Those are the facts.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to hang on. I'm switching screens. I'm trying to get back where we were. Let me see. So, okay. So I know I already asked you this, but I'm just trying to make sure because me typing and listening and talking all at the same time,
Yeah, no, you're okay.
I like to double check to make sure. So
Okay.
is this still during Baldwin's offer to prove and he's kind of referencing back
Yes,
to that prior hearing? Okay. I just want
correct.
to make sure I understood that. Okay.
Because now this is now when Baldwin's talking about the evidence of intentionality to bury evidence. So he says there's an evidence of intentionality to bury evidence, and he starts to put these as his points. This is how I see it. This here's a reason why this I believe that this is an intentionality to bury evidence. Jerry Holman claims that Brad Holder's phone wasn't needed. You know, the
Yeah.
fact that Jerry Holman was very upset and came at Murphy and said, "What the fuck is this? How the fuck did they get this 12-page report?"
Yeah.
Um,
So
he
what about the
said,
part oh sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just like I'm just trying to like get it all because like this
Yeah.
is like the next bullet points. So then he talks about Amber Holder talking about Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall's split up. And because this is like an intersection of both the March 18th hearing and now this 3-day hearing, you have to understand this is from March to June. You know what I mean? Or July,
Mhm.
March to July. So all of this time in between has lapsed and all of this stuff is happening and running through. So they're referencing March 18th stuff and they're referencing what's going on as they have progressed along during the investigation and what they're coming across, what they're uncovering, points that they feel like need to be addressed that are pertinent.
Okay. And then the hang on, let me finish this and then I need to ask about Amber real quick, hang on. Um, so like when he's referencing that, I understand when Baldwin is referencing Amber Holder saying, like, well, Brad said Patrick Westphal did it, he was involved, his powerful friends, all that stuff. But what does, why is he bringing up Amber saying they split up? Like, was there anything other than that, or was that just kind of part of the things he was listing off? Like, was there something specific about the split
Okay,
up?
so all right, so at the March 18th hearing, at that given point in time, Baldwin, um, he gives another offer to proof at the March 18th hearings because they would not allow Amber Holder to testify at the March 18th hearing. It was stopped. It was cut off. So Baldwin gives an offer to proof because he says if Amber Holder was allowed to take the stand, these are the points that Amber Holder would give, that she talked about the split, like when Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal had this disagreement about their friendship came to an end because of a ritual gone bad or something in the woods gone bad. Okay, this is what this is in reference to. So again, we're going back over to all of these points because if you like, this very much ties into the March 18th hearings and what we heard specifically at the March 18th hearings. All of this has very deep relevancy. You understand what I'm saying? So this is just like along the way. He's like, this is what we come off along the way, that, Amber Holder was talking about, the split up between Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal, but she wasn't able to testify that on the stand. You understand what I'm saying to you? He said, and this was the last thing that he asked Judge Gold to take judicial notice of. Excuse me, I'm sorry. He wanted Gold to take judicial notice that there was a witness during the March 18th hearings that was unable to testify. And that witness would have been Robert Baston. He says that the witness was unable to testify because Lesenby was advised by the court to disregard bringing Robert Baston because, he obviously they claimed that he was uncooperative for transport. And when somebody has a subpoena, it doesn't matter whether you want to cooperate or not, and they will make you go. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. Yeah, you
they
don't get a
they
it's
are
kinda like you
authorized
can't
by any
refuse to
force
go change your
necessary
shirt,
to,
that kinda stuff. Yeah,
yeah,
you're
and they
gonna
are
do it
they
when you're ordered.
right. So he's like, I want you to take judicial notice because I want you to understand that Robert Baston was unable to testify because Mr. Lesenby claimed that you said that it was okay that he disregard a subpoena and not bring him to court. He said, so the Carroll County Sheriff's Department has inferred that you, the judge, said that it was okay. And Judge Gold said, I never said that. Yeah. So
Crazy. Okay.
basically, like, he wanted to understand that, like, listen, they're even lying on you. They're lying on you. They're saying that you said it was okay. Like, don't you think that that's a problem? That you have people saying that you said something was okay to do, but you're saying you didn't say that it was okay? Shouldn't that make you think? Is what I feel like Baldwin was trying to get at with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Baldwin also said that he wanted her to take judiciary notice that both the 14th and 6th Amendment rights have been violated. Um,
Let's see. Oh,
and
one.
he said that he also wanted judiciary notice taken that it says BH extraction lost, no evidence possessed. Okay, so it's the whole back and forth of Brad Holder saying they took my phone, then they didn't take my phone, then officers saying we didn't take the phone. Basically, they were saying that there's so much going back and forth that if they did take the phone, there's no extraction there at all anyway because it was lost. um, and I wrote down lobby at Delphi Police Department because that's where it was claimed that the phone was taken, like whatever.
Oh, okay.
Um, and he says, but you have to note that you didn't take both phones. So both phones things. So you're saying that Logan Holder's phone was taken, but you didn't take Brad Holder's phone. Okay. And yeah, so I don't know. And so that was when Judge Cole had said that she would take the motion to dismiss under advisement. And she's like, court begins tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the motion in limine hearing. So that was that. Um,
Okay, let's see. Okay. So, all right, and then so she's taken that, and then so this is the next morning, or two
Yeah.
the next
Oh, I'm
like
sorry.
two
My
mornings
my
later.
friend is in here. My friend is in here, and she was with me at the
Oh,
hearings. And she said that in her notes, they said that they didn't bother to even try to extract Brad Holder's phone. Like they didn't even try to even get anything off of it at all. Like they didn't even bother to do anything with it. You know what I mean? Like you took
yeah.
Logan Holden's phone, but you didn't bother to take Brad Holder's. You didn't bother to like there's no evidence. And he's saying you took it, but then you're saying you didn't. And even if you did take it, the extraction's gone anyway.
Oh, okay,
Basically.
gotcha. Yeah, I already read. Okay, so this is
And she said that's from the 18th. I'm sorry. She said that's from the 18th that they had said that they didn't bother to extract
the March
Holder's
18th hearing. You
phone.
mean?
Yeah, that was the March 18th hearing. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Um, let me see. Reference. Okay, let me highlight that, and then I think I'm good. Oops, with that one. There we go. I need to highlight this because I forgot to do it while I was going through to type them all up to
Yeah.
remember to go back and mark like where one day ends and the new one begins. Sorry, I'm
Right.
highlighting this up all kinds of crazy as we go through it so that I know what the color means.
Right.
So, okay. So, day 2, is this,
This is all day one because, like, the only thing that like you and I didn't talk about because you and I started at Holman. I mean, the day started out,
yeah,
um, 'cause basically like this was like formality kind of things
yeah.
going on. When because Liggett was our first witness of this day. Um, and and basically what they're talking to Liggett about is vacating the safekeeping order. And Liggett's basically just getting on the stand saying, you know, he's been the sheriff there for a year and a half, that he wasn't the sheriff, that when Richard Allen had gotten arrested, um, and that the custody of Allen was relinquished to the Department of Corrections. Um, so it says motion order issued, shipped to Westfield, solitary confinement, awareness, and deposition, summer of 2023. And he was aware at the attempt to move him. He never visited Westfield. He knows that Richard Allen was moved to Wabash in December of 2023. Um,
Is Liggett was right before Holman, right?
yes, Liggett
Okay,
was the first witness of the day.
that's correct. And Holman was second. Okay.
So Liggett actually got on the stand to help request um, for the removal of the safekeeping order.
Wait, say that again?
Liggett got on the stand um, kind of like the defense pulled him up, called him to the stand and asked him about his background. And then um, it said that Liggett was requesting to remove the safekeeping order.
What? I thought Liggett was
Yeah,
trying to keep it. Hang on.
no,
Where? I'm trying to go
no.
back up.
He was trying to keep it before, but at this particular hearing, they had finally gotten the kinks cleared out so that Allen could be housed at Cass County. So
And
Liggett says, I know, like, because the judge is asking him, like, do you know that you're taking responsibility for the housing and placement of Richard Allen, that this would become your responsibility? It would no longer be the responsibility of the Indiana Department of Corrections. And Liggett said, yes, I understand, and I take responsibility for his housing, for his transport back and forth from jail to proceedings, all of that stuff. And Nick jumped up and said, well, the Indiana Department of Corrections should be the one to handle the transport. But if he's being removed, because Nick was objecting him being moved out of Westville, he wanted him to stay to Westville. Liggett got on the stand and said, we can handle it with him at Cass County. It's okay to remove the safekeeping order. I'm taking responsibility to transport him back and forth. I'm taking responsibility to make sure that he stays intact.
I
That he would be
definitely have not heard
responsible,
anything about that so far.
that he would be custodially responsible for Richard Allen.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go back to the earlier notes because I definitely need to revisit that because
Yeah.
I'm not, I feel like I'm not, I'm that, I don't, is that,
Because
why
Nick
does
still
this
wanted
sound
the
new to
department's
me?
corrections. Listen, because that's where my notation here comes in. Because Nick's asking, well, can the medical and transport still be provided by the Indiana Department of Corrections if he's moved to Cass County? Obviously, the answer would be no. The Indiana Department of Corrections would no longer be involved in his mental health or treatment or transportation. But there's something about the mental health.
Well, yeah, he
Like they
wants
made
his records.
arrangements that he would still get mental health treatment. I just don't know if it's through the same provider as the Indiana Department of Corrections. They weren't very what is like deep off into that. Like they didn't mention the specifics on that.
Okay, so I, I feel like that's breaking my brain a little because I thought
I'm
Liggett was
sorry.
like,
I know
I
it
thought it
breaks your
was
brain
just
because it's
a,
been for
I
so
know,
long.
yeah,
It's
I
been
thought
for
he was
so long, but
looking
this
for
is important
logistics.
too.
Okay, let me see.
I know somebody once made fun of me for using the word important, but there's just no other way to describe
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Important.
yeah. Okay, so what was I about to ask? Um, so this is like when this exchange is happening where Nick interrupts, is it, I'm assuming it's probably Rosie because he's the one who's like, he's always ready to go when it comes to um, the DOC stuff. So Rosie's
Mhm.
questioning Liggett about, so you'd be fine with this. We've made all these arrangements and you're fine with it.
Mhm.
Because at the June safekeeping hearing, Rosie was roasting Liggett because he was accusing Liggett of being the one that was the sole reason for that falling through when he got all the stuff set up at Cass County. Nick was the one saying, no, no, it's totally fine. Yeah, we're good. But Liggett is the one that was saying no. But at this hearing, you're saying that Liggett, after all that,
Liggett
was
was
like,
saying,
okay, I'm
I'm
fine
going
with
to
it
step up.
now.
Yeah, I'm going to step up. I'm going to take custodial responsibility. And
Interesting.
then Nick was objecting. Nick's like,
Okay.
no, no,
Okay.
no. So it was like, it was really, yeah, it's funny because it's like they completely like flipped perspective.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna have to follow up on that more because I feel like
Yeah.
it sounds so backwards from what I thought. So I will follow up. I will not get hung up on that right now, just so that we can kind of keep progressing. But I made myself a big old note to circle back to that. Okay, so before you do keep going though, when Liggett was on
Okay.
the stand, did they talk about any of the intake stuff with Mr. Allen or any of the surveillance stuff, or was it just about the
No,
safekeeping and
not really.
logistics?
Okay, so I can go over what I have for him. So, like I said, they did his credentials. He said he was the sheriff for a year, year and a half. He wasn't the sheriff when Allen was arrested. That the custody of Allen had been relinquished to the Indiana Department of Corrections. There was a motion of order issued to have him shipped to Westfield, that he would be in solitary confinement. And he had awareness that he was being shipped from the beginning, that his custody was being sent to the Indiana Department of Corrections, that they would hold custodial, you know, control.
Mhm.
Um, and he said that he was aware of that in his deposition in summer of 2023. Um, and he was aware that there was an attempt to have Richard Allen moved. They asked Liggett if he had ever visited Westfield, and Liggett's answer was no, I've never visited Westfield. Okay. He indicated that he did know that Richard Allen was moved to Wabash in December of 2023.
Oh, real quick,
Um,
before, hang on. Liggett, that's what I was going to ask. Okay, so for a while, there was testimony from Mullen and Liggett, and I believe Holman. They were saying at one point, all three of those bozos went up to Westfield to try to interview Mr. Allen, but they weren't able to, and they couldn't remember if it was late 2022 or early
uh-huh,
2023. But
right.
does do you know if when he was saying he never visited Westville, um, was that he at the point that Rosie had talked to him about Cass County? At that point, he had never visited
Yes,
Westville.
yes.
He
This is
went
where
after
this is
that.
right. But he's talking about this right before he starts to say, "I'll support and take custodial um, responsibility for Richard Allen." Okay, so he's like, Rosie's like,
Gotcha. Okay.
you are aware that there was an attempt to move him. Like it's like I'm aware that there was an attempt to move him. I've never visited Allen in Westfield. Um, I know that he was moved to Wabash in December of 2023, but Liggett says, I've never been to either. I've never been to Westfield and I've never been to Wabash, is what he says.
Ever? But they did go up
Ever.
there.
He says, I've never been to either. That was
Okay.
Liggett's response.
So then it was just Holman and Mullen who went to Westville?
I guess. I don't
Okay. That's right. I need to make a note to
I
follow
will
up on
have to
that.
go. I don't want to
Yeah.
misspeak, so I would have
But
to go
no,
back through and
it's
look
fine.
too. But I'm
That's
just
kind of why I'm
saying,
doing all this because I'm trying to see, like, as I think about it while we're going through these.
because
Um,
I believe they did say Liggett did go up there,
I
but
thought so too,
again,
but maybe
um,
not. Maybe that's more
no, I think I'm
clarification.
pretty sure that Liggett was listed on there as going up there. Liggett, Mullins, Holman. It's in my notes because they talk about it later on. But this is at the beginning of the hearing. Okay. So at the
Gotcha.
beginning of the hearing, Liggett's like, I've never been to either facility. Okay.
Gotcha.
And then it says Liggett requested to remove the safekeeping order. And so,
Was that? Oh,
he's
wait, wait,
like,
wait. Sorry, one more thing. So was he saying like, okay, no, 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 I'll give up the safekeeping order as long as you keep him in Westville?
no, no.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
It's
I was
like
typing when you said it. Sorry. Go ahead.
so instead of having the safekeeping order and him housed in Westville, now they're talking about moving him from Westville to Cass County.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And so, like it says, and so Rosie's like, you're pretty much in support of removing the safekeeping order and moving Richard Allen to Cass County. Um, and that Cass County has agreed to provide the housing during this time, and also throughout the hearings. Okay, so Liggett says, I understand that I will be responsible for the custodial um custodial efforts of Richard Allen. um and Liggett states that he thinks that this can be maintained for the proceedings concerning the housing and the transportation. He said that he would need assistance with from another trooper, as well as a car for transport for Richard Allen, um, and that this hasn't happened yet, but he thinks that they have all their ducks lined up in a row, and that they are ready and willing and able for him to take custodial responsibility and have him housed at Cass County.
Okay. Okay.
Because Liggett now then says all of the issues that were brought about prior have now been worked out. All of the kinks have been discussed. All of everything's been laid out.
Okay. So then they move on to ask him, like, we could have done Cass County, but we didn't. That hasn't happened yet. But in the meantime, they're talking about Wabash now. Like,
They're talking about logistics of being able to maintain and move him to Cass County at this point. Okay.
okay.
And so they asked, if there were any circumstances that occurred at Wabash that would put Richard Allen in danger. And Liggett says, well, he doesn't see any. And they talk about the moving logistics of moving Richard Allen to Cass County. They said that they trust that the accommodations would be acceptable, that they're like, because Liggett's like, well, I believe that the accommodations that are provided at Cass County are acceptable. He said it's a state of the art facility. There's 150 beds there. And they asked Liggett, if they're under normal circumstances, would there be a problem with an inmate receiving like medical services, right? And obviously the answer, was no. And so Judge Goal interjects, and she asks a very important question. She asks, can the safekeeping still be in place, but change from the Department of Corrections to Cass County?
Let me see. I'm trying to fill that in.
So she was asking if there was like any legal precedents that would allow for that to happen, for a reversal from an inmate to be sent from the Department of Corrections in turn to a county jail. You understand what I'm saying? Like, is there
Yeah.
a way legally that we can legally reverse this? Is there case law? Is there whatever that would allow for this to happen? And indeed there was. So they were able to provide that for her at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay. So
So they said, what happens if he comes to Carroll County? Well, what would be the logistics? What would be the difference if you housed Richard Allen in Cass County versus Carroll County?
Goals
And
asking
Liggett
or
says,
defense is asking?
the defense is asking Liggett,
Okay.
what would be the difference of him being secured in Cass County versus Carroll County? And he says that there's no solitary confinement or padded cell, that there would be concerns of safety and housing, that he felt that the safekeeping was still necessary, He felt the safekeeping order was still necessary to be in place, but that he had no preference on where Richard Allen would be housed. He's like, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me whether he's housed in Cass County or Carroll County or um, Westville, whatever. He's like, but the safekeeping order needs to be in place. You know what I mean? But I'm willing to take personal responsibility and
Gotcha.
accountability over his well being and make the arrangements for him to be housed at Cass County. And I would take responsibility to make sure that the transport was taken care of for him to get back and forth between hearings and things of that nature.
Okay. And then is this when we're back where Nick starts jumping in? Like, wait, 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 wait.
So Nick say, whoa, 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 can we still have his mental and medical and transport provided by the Indiana Department of Corrections? And um, but he also had objected, like he objected to him getting moved anyway. So again, like it's like I don't care where he's housed as long as the safekeeping order is in place. Um, and so they talk about Richard Allen's contact with others being cut off. Um, they refer to a deposition that was performed with Liggett in May of 2024. They talk about solitary confinement rules and standards with the Sheriff's Association that were adopted DOC standard practices now. So according to um, procedure, and that 30 days is the maximum limit that any inmate is to be held in administrative segregation.
Yeah.
At 30 days, they are required to have a like a hearing type thing and go over like all of that stuff. And then I guess there's things that they can do that if it needs to be extended, then they can at that time at their discretion extend it, whatever. But he points that out. So Rozzy asks Liggett, can somebody that's been left in solitary confinement be a danger to themselves? You know? Um, and will Richard Allen be in a solitary confinement cell, a segregated cell at Cass County? Okay. So they then um, give an exhibit of an affidavit from the sheriff of Cass County. His name is Edward Schroeder. Um, and he says that Mr. Schroeder communicated with Liggett and points out that Cass County is an acceptable place to house Richard Allen. Um, and Rozzy pretty much sums up the affidavit. He asks Judge Gold that she consider the language that has been used in the affidavit. But he also wants her to recognize the laws concerning safekeeping orders. And he references Indiana Code 35-33-1 I didn't
That's all right.
catch, I guess, the last
Yeah.
number, but it's talking about a waiting trial statute. Um, and so they talk about that there's no concerns of danger to himself or others um, for Richard Allen. So there's no concerns of danger to himself or others, nothing reckless, and standard practices um, are side, they and for practical understanding, both sides understand that he cannot be placed in general population. That was made clear. Okay, so for practical purposes, we know he can't be out there with everybody.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, not
so
after all the dumb shit that's been thrown at him by Unified Command. They're the one who put him in danger.
correct. And so there was a motion to modify or vacate the safekeeping order. They talked about that this is initially when the original modification to vacate the safekeeping order was um, like addressed in court because it was litigated on June 23rd is what they said. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, So at that time, I guess Sheriff Schroeder said something about, that uh, if Richard Allen was to be housed in Cass County, that he would be housed in a small cell, that medical could be provided to him for up to 12 hours a day, like, and that they do have somebody from mental health that comes out one day a week to come and meet with individuals that have, obviously mental health needs. Um,
Yeah.
and so then it says, Nick opposes. Nick just says no. Um, he says, this is ridiculous. He said, these guys just want him moved to Cass County so that it'll be closer to their office. He says, what has changed to warrant a change in this safekeeping order? I don't understand their reasoning, he says. He says, and it's pointed out to Nick. Obviously, we're 200 miles. Like, when you're looking at logistically placed where Richard Allen was placed in Westville, um, he was placed 200 miles away from Rossie's office, and he was at least 2 hours away from Baldwin's office.
Yeah.
Okay. So Nick's like, they just want him closer to him. Like, that was his argument about it. And Rossi points out, hey, yo, he has a Sixth Amendment right to counsel. And it's difficult for his counsel to gain access. And we're also looking at all of the burden of the expense. And he says there have been changes. And he said earlier, before, you had no preference of where he stayed at, but now you're objecting to it.
Yeah.
So Gold then again says, does the statute give the court the ability to modify, switch DOC to county? And she was asking if there was case law statute to support that.
She's
And they
asking
were
the
able,
second time?
yeah, she
Okay.
asked a second time. So she said, does there exist a statute that gives the court the ability to modify and switch the safekeeping order from the Department of Corrections to a county jail? She was interested that they cite case law statute to support it.
Okay. I'm making myself
So the
note.
next time that let me look in here, the next time that we get to talks concerning Department of Corrections is in Harshman's testimony. I believe.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going through this to make sure. Yeah, we're gonna skip. Like, I do want to go over this stuff too, but I'm trying to stick with the DOC stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like that particular safekeeping order thing
Mhm.
removal, that's pertinent to that.
Yes, absolutely.
So,
Agreed. I'm trying to see. Harshman, did he go back on after Holman?
um, well,
I'm
see,
scrolling down.
that's where I get into my little dipdo there, because you got to remember I was 5 minutes late to the party and I
Oh, that's
didn't get in until after
right.
the first break.
Okay,
So
I
I
need to
don't
make a note
like,
of that
I
too.
got second, like, when I referenced the stuff that happened on for the stuff that I was not there, I was able to
Okay. Yep.
communicate with other individuals that were in there, and they were allowing
Their
me,
notes.
being gracious, to reference their notes and, all of that stuff.
Okay, so this is your friend's notes. Is this where we're picking up with her, with her stuff that
Where
you took until you got there? On day
Well,
2, like,
this right here that I was late and unable to enter into the courtroom. Those are my notes. So that was me being 5 minutes late to get into the courtroom, and I was told no entry,
right.
no, and so I was like, okay, like cool. So it's like, what are you gonna do, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
okay, so when I was walking up to the courthouse, there were people sitting outside and they were smoking cigarettes. And I'm not sure how the fuck they were able to go in and out of the courtroom because
Yeah.
they were able to go in and out. So they're like, when I walked up, they're like, you're late, right? Because like I had already gone in, got rejected. So I was like, well, okay, you know what? Like, I sat in the courtroom or in the waiting area, right, for a few minutes. And I was like, dude, okay, I'm just going to go down to my car for a second, right? I was like, I'm going to go to my car and I'm going to smoke a cigarette because I'm kind of a little bit frustrated, but I'm just going to go regroup and come back. So I went to my car, I smoked a cigarette, I come back out like of my car and I'm walking up to the courthouse. And as I'm walking up to the courthouse, they're sitting outside, they're smoking a cigarette and they're like, you're late. And I'm like, well, I know. And they're pretty upset. They're on the phone and they're talking a million miles a minute. They were so mad.
The person talking
And
to you was?
yes, the person talking to me about what was going on in there was so mad. And
Oh.
she was going on about umbrella statements and something regarding Kathy and Janice. And then this other person is telling me, well, they said nothing. I said, who's on the stand? And they said, Galapoo. And I'm like, okay. And they said, ain't nothing different from what Galapoo said in June. And I was like, oh,
No.
okay. So, like, in my mind's eye, I'm like, but I don't know what Galapoo said in June because I wasn't at the June hearings. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And at
Gotcha.
that point, I hadn't seen a transcript for um Galapoo. It was Frank Meister and Jeans. They were outside. They were fucking
Oh.
smoking cigarettes. They were allowed to
And
walk
they were
in
allowed to come
and
in and out?
out of that courtroom. Okay. Um, just saying. And so Jinx was on the phone and she was upset and she was like going off and talking about how there was something to do about umbrella statements. It was all the way over, like it was all over the place. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I'm like, who's on the stand? Galapoo. Galapoo's on the stand. I'm like, well, what is Galapoo saying? Because I know that I understood kind of a little bit more when they were doing the transcript like reread through on Criminality's channel, but like, you know what I mean? Because like all at that point in time until that transcript kind of came out, like I'm kind of late to the party. Like I don't know, you know what I mean? And
Okay,
so
so
I'm
they
just like
were
go
mad
inside.
about were they mad about um, how the
Oh
statements
my
by
gosh,
Kathy and Janice were characterized?
I'm sorry, what?
Were those 2, like, were they getting all huffy about how,
There was
Kathy and
something
Janice's
about
statements,
there was something about in court.
or that they fell under Dr.
There
Walla's
was
umbrella or
people's
something?
okay, so it was certain people's testimonies that would fall under umbrella statements. So it was a reference about like Dr. Wallace testimony would fall under an umbrella statement. Then they were talking about it's kind of like somebody's trying to get Kathy's stuff to fall under an umbrella statement. Like it didn't make any sense. She's
Gotcha.
just going a
Okay.
mile a minute and she's talking about Dr. Wallace. She's talking about umbrella statements. She's mentioning Kathy, the umbrella statements. I don't like at that given point in time, I'm standing there going, oh, what? Huh?
Gotcha. Yeah, at the
She's
moment,
going
yeah.
a mile a minute. She's upset. I don't understand. I'm just trying to collect this information
Yeah.
like as best that I can. And obviously, somebody telling me that he's not saying anything that he said different than June, that's not telling me anything because you know that I know that I wasn't
Yeah.
there. I can't, there's nothing that I can do with that. You're basically saying, here's a bone, go fish. That's it, you know? So I was just like, okay, and then I was like wondering why, like, I was like, how did you guys, like, I'm wondering to myself, like, how are they out here smoking a cigarette if Gallipoe's on the stand? And then, like, we go back upstairs, like, and they were able to walk back into the courtroom. And I was just like, okay, like, they're able to walk back into the courtroom, but I can't go into the courtroom.
Yeah.
And I was late, and I'm like, okay. And I mean, it's not like I wasn't mad about it or anything. I just thought that it was really interesting because when I went to prior hearings, like for example, for the March 18th hearing, um, I watched, Bob Mata had to get up and go to the restroom, right?
Mhm.
And he went out to go to the restroom and they would not let him back into the courtroom until the witness that was on the stand was finished testifying. So like he wasn't like it was like if you go out to go to the bathroom, you're SOL because they're not letting you back in. The only time
Yeah.
that you can kind of like go to the bathroom and all of that stuff is when um they were having breaks and they were strict. That day we were supposed to have hearings like at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Like, that's the day
Yeah.
like they were going hard. Lunch got completely derailed. Like she wanted everybody back in the courtroom, like quick. So instead of like 2 o'clock, everybody had to be back in the courtroom at 1 o'clock. We got out of the courtroom at like 12:30 ish. And this is on March 18th, and everybody is scrambling, trying to get somewhere to grab
Yeah.
like food, bathroom. And if you're late, she was not letting you back in that courtroom. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, that's it. That's all. It was a wrap. Like, I, I about killed myself trying to run after my friends in my stiletto boots that day, trying to break them in. But yeah, it was like very, very strict and like it was a no nonsense type thing. And
Yeah.
so it really kind of surprised me because the first day, um, nobody was allowed to like bring in devices and you weren't supposed to go in and out of the courtroom, but people were going in and out of the courtroom. And
But by
then the
people, you
second
mean
day,
when you're saying people, you mean Frankmeister and Jinx?
yeah, they were going in and out of the courtroom. Yes.
That's real interesting.
So, like, and like it caught my attention. Okay. So I'm sitting, like, I go back upstairs, they go back into the courtroom, and I'm sitting there. I'm waiting to re enter, obviously, into the courtroom when they have a break because they're like, you can't go in there until there's a break, period, dot. And then, even at that break, it's only if there's a seat available. So if there's no seats available, we're not going to let you go back in there. Okay. Like somebody has to
Mhm.
leave because all the seats are full for you to get back in, is what I got told.
And
Okay.
this is and just which hearing, the March
This the 3 day hearing,
or
this
the
last 3 day
yeah.
hearing. This is
Sorry,
July
yeah,
30,
I'm with
or
you.
this is, yeah, July 31st. Okay. So the jail deputy, kind of informs me, like, I can't let you in there. I'm sorry. And I don't know if he felt really bad about it because, like, he came back over to come talk to me again. And he's like, I'm so sorry. I can't let you back in the courtroom. He's like, I think maybe because he saw my media badge, you
Yeah.
know, and he's like,
He's like,
it's
"Please
not
don't
just
write about
you.
this."
Yeah. Yeah. And he was like, it's not just you. He said, I had to turn away another journalist and, all that stuff. And,
But not Frankmeister and Jinx.
like they were able to go out and go smoke a cigarette, come back in. Another thing that I felt was interesting is like the second day, um, devices. Like there's a court decorum that says devices were not supposed to be brought into the court. Well, the second day, they had allowed people to have their devices on them at some points, but then like while the proceedings were going on, you had to go take your device and physically put it into a box so that you didn't have to take it outside and put it in your vehicle because it was so hot
Mhm.
and blah blah blah. But I'm
But
gonna
Jinx
tell
had
you
her
right now,
phone. She was on the
I don't
phone.
listen, I don't give a good goddamn who you are. I'm put it to you like this. My device is not entering that building, and I'm for damn sure not putting my device in a plastic fucking container that I cannot see with my eyes on it while I'm sitting in a courtroom for somebody to have access to my shit.
Yeah.
Period, point blank. You don't know what anybody could do with your shit while you're sitting in a fucking whatever. And what I've seen so far with the dishonesty of these men,
Mhm.
I'm not giving you a shot for shit.
Right.
Nope.
I'm
Sorry.
yeah.
Period.
100%.
And like, I'm not dissing anybody who brings their stuff in there, but no, I'm not going to bring my device in that place. Period. Period.
Yeah.
That is not happening. No.
Okay.
So
So, oh wait, hang on. Let me see. All right.
that's what I'm
So
saying, BB. Mullen be in there trying to figure out how to do a phone extraction. You fuck around and find out all your information is just gone and it's somebody else's
Mullen knows
shit.
how to undo them.
But you understand what I'm saying to you, though, right?
Yeah,
Or like,
for sure.
you, and I'm not saying like, but that's the vibe I get sometimes. Like, you just don't know. You cannot. It's to me, it's not trustworthy, in my opinion. Just saying, it's not. It's no, no.
100%.
Um, and I know that somebody was like, "You don't bring your device in there." And I've never brought my device in the courtroom. Like I've always locked it up in my glove compartment, you know. And somebody said, "You don't feel naked without your device?" And I was like, "No, like I'm totally good, like through and through. I'm good." You know, right? Mullen Zachary, reset your phone. You fuck around and lose all your shit,
I'd be like,
right?
"Excuse me,
I
I
mean,
lose my phone
he
like
would
8
be
times a day. I'm
SOL with
fine without
mine.
it."
He would
Yeah,
be
without it
SOL with mine because you got to
often.
have like all of the fingerprint and eye whatever. But you understand what I'm saying though. Like I'm not gonna sit there and give anybody an option. Or what happens if you go and you put your device in there and something happens to those devices and your cellular device goes missing? Because guess what? They're not lost. They're not responsible for lost or stolen
Of
property.
course not.
You relinquished your property at your own risk to those people.
Lord, those
So I mean,
bozos.
you have to use your brain. Period. You have to use your
Unless
brain.
unless you have a badge, you don't have to use it then, apparently.
Correct. Correct. Correct.
Man, God, so frustrating.
So
Oh my gosh. Okay.
right. Oh, woman, that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want to think about that. Uh-uh. Don't
Oh
give
my
them ideas, girl. They're already batting 1,000 with what they're doing. Don't give them no ideas. Ooh.
they have
I
no
want y'all
sense
to
of bad
note
ones.
that, okay? I want y'all to note that in case of something like that happening for that exact purpose right there. Period. So, yeah. Nope. Just know if your device is found at a murder scene and you dropped your device in that handy dandy box they had access to, don't go blaming me. You will have to sit there and say, "Damn, I should have been listening to Gritty." That's it. So,
Yeah, for sure. For
yeah.
sure. Oh my
Oh,
gosh. I have so like my brain is going. I
I'm
never know if
sorry.
my brain's going faster than my mind or my mind's going faster than my brain, but I have like this is all very number one, again, if I have not thanked you enough, thank you so much for doing this.
You are
Because I'm
welcome.
like, because this is helpful. Because when I was reading through this, like I would have had no clue the context of at least like the very beginning of day two notes. That is,
Right.
I have, I'm gonna have to circle back to that because I do want to get to the Harshman stuff, but do
Correct.
not let me forget to circle back to that because them going in and out and Jinx being on her phone and then not going back to her car and she just goes right back in and is allowed in while
Right.
journalists are being turned away and nobody else can take in their devices. I have a
Right.
whole bunch of stuff I want to circle back to with that.
I
But
mean, and Okay, so before this is where I'm at on my notes. This is okay. So I'm looking at my notes, and they call Jerry Holman to the stand before Harshman again. So Holman goes back up on the stand, and this is going to be after the testimony of Kennedy Maps, because she's the lead investigator for the internal affairs for
Yeah.
Westville. And like I said, like I've got like I do have some, like I said, I got notes from other people. There was this
Yeah.
nice old lady that was in the courtroom. She told me that it was so bad there that she was petrified to come back unless I was going to be there in the courtroom. She's like, I'm
Oh,
literally petrified to come back here. She's like, because people make you feel so uncomfortable. She's like, but you're so nice. And she said, I started to worry about you this morning when you weren't here
oh,
lined up outside the courthouse. And I was like, I was okay. Like, I'm okay. Like,
yeah.
I was late because I got up late because I was playing with criminality the night before instead of being a good girl and going to bed like
Like,
I
I
was
was up
supposed
too
to.
late.
Yeah. And I left the house just a little too late. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and that's
Been
okay.
there.
That wasn't anybody's responsibility but mine. That was me.
We have all
Uh,
been there.
right. And so she allowed me to get her notes. And so what ended up happening was, at this point, when they did finally take that break, they went on a lunch break. And so um, while they were on lunch break, uh, they were allowing people to sit back, like to go in the courtroom and sit. So I took
Yeah.
advantage of going ahead and just getting a seat immediately. And I sat there. And so this older lady started to tell me about um, what she heard while people are on the stand. And she gives me her notebook, and she allows me to start writing down stuff. And this woman was almost in tears when she was describing to me the testimony that she heard from Gallipo regarding the treatment of Richard Allen.
Gotcha.
This lady was very, very upset. Like, she was very upset about Richard Allen, like, covering himself in feces. She was upset about the description of um this man being on what, like, a dog leash type thing. She's like, they're walking him and parading him around on a leash. Like, and she had tears in her eyes, and I felt so, like, heartbroken for her, because I could feel the energy, like, pulsating off of her. She's like, why would you treat
Yeah.
another human being like that? Like, it really hurt her heart. Um, and so that was interesting to listen to her um feelings, about it, and what her um what her impressions of it were. Um
Gotcha.
and so I was able to talk to a lot of different people and gain a lot of different opinions and perspectives. Um, I'm telling you, like, over that 2 days that I was there, um, there was a lot of eye opening things that I saw. There were a lot of things that I wouldn't, I don't regret not getting into that courtroom to hear what
Yeah.
they had to say, because what I saw outside of the courtroom in the waiting area was enough for me to just,
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
I thought, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So after the lunch break is when they call Hummin back to the stand before Harshman gets on, or
Yes.
did they do
Yes.
lunch after? Okay, let me
But
copy and
this
paste
is
that.
after the lunch break, because I was able to sit in there, and while I was on the
Gotcha.
lunch break, I was writing down the notes that this lady was, like,
Yeah.
letting me copy. But, like, as I was, like, writing it down, like, she was so upset, and I was so overwhelmed. Because I'm telling you, like, there's this energy that is just, I can't even describe to you when it comes to Delphi. Um, but the energy that I picked up just from being there and interacting, I was so drained just from those 2 days. It
Yeah.
took me, like, almost a week to rebalance
Yeah.
myself from that. because I literally had to take all of that up that was transported onto, like, it's like ectoplasm that is transported onto your soul being in that area. And I'm for real about that. It's a disgusting ectoplasm.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think I probably would have. I don't know. Man, I would have been kicked out. I would not be able to. I would not be able to like control my face, my reactions. I would just.
But you know what? But you got to.
Well,
Listen, you have to maintain for
that's
the greater
true.
good. You have to maintain for the greater
I
good.
would
I
need
may
like one of
not
those
like
rubber
or
bands to
agree
keep like
with,
reminding myself about that though.
right. And I may not always like or agree with everything that I see, but it's an experience and it's something that you learn from. You every experience is a lesson. Every lesson is like a graduation. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's like an elevation of your mind, your body, your soul. Like you
Yeah.
graduate, you elevate because you learn that knowledge. In my opinion, knowledge is power.
Girl, preach. For sure. Absolutely.
So yeah, so I had put it's listed under the motion to suppress day 2 afternoon portion. Is what I had marked. And because my notes are so funky, because as that lady was telling me what was going on, right? And I like was trying to copy down her notes, I would have to stop to like console her,
Mm,
or like some of the things that she would
yeah.
say made me stop and go, "What the fuck did you just say?"
Yeah.
Because she was telling me about the reference when they were talking about that Kathy Allen had went to visit Richard Allen, and that they couldn't have water, but they were allowed to have Pepsi.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
stopped dead in my tracks. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
All right, wait a minute. I was like, I'm sorry. I just hallucinated. What did you say? And she was like, they
Yeah.
said that they could have
Oh,
Pepsi, but no
that's
water.
when yeah, you have, let me, I don't know if I could scroll to that page quick yet, but that must be the one on the side of the page where,
Oh,
like, you wrote it on the regular
yeah.
page of your notebook,
Yeah,
and
it
then
was
on the
like on
side it was
as a
written
side note,
huge.
because like I was, because that's
There's a
like I
literal
was
side note, yeah.
right. So like I'm sitting there and I'm writing down what she, what like she's got on this paper and she's describing it to me. And then she's talking about she's like, and I don't understand. She said these people, she said it's terrible. This man is covered in feces. He's being led around by a leash and he's under camera. And she said, and I don't understand what in the world is wrong with these people because he can have Pepsi, but he can't have water. What?
That was
Like,
absolutely
I
ridiculous.
felt like I needed to check myself into a mental health facility right then and
Yeah.
there because I just felt it. I was like, what? I don't know. I'm
It
sorry,
it's,
but
like,
that's why my notes are
unnecessarily
all like over
ridiculous.
the place because I'm
Yeah.
like, okay. And so then I'm trying to pay attention to her and write down everything. And then
Yeah.
people are starting to file back in, you know,
And
and
you're, like, trying to,
because,
like, gather yourself. You're like, "Okay, I got here we
yeah,
go."
yeah, because I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm like, okay. But then I'm like, I can't concentrate. Like, I've already got what I got from her at this point
Yeah.
in time, and everybody's starting to file back in. So I was like, okay, center and refocus. But
Yeah.
part of my mind is like, you have to go back to this. Like, you have to
Yeah.
go back to this. But I couldn't. So I was like, just keep it moving, keep
Yeah.
it pushing. So Rosie calls Jerry Holman to the stand. Um,
Hang on real
again,
quick before you go back to that, where it says,
sorry.
Rosie withdrew the second motion to suppress statements. Did
Yes.
he do that before he called Holman to the stand or after? Do you know? It's okay if you don't know. I was gonna make a
I
note if you remember.
I don't remember. Hold on. Wait a minute. Motion withdrew. Oh, okay. No, that was before. That was before they get back. So this is from when I'm copying her stuff. Okay.
Okay.
So she's talking about the
Like before
visitations,
lunch,
the
you mean?
lease
Or she
during
is the one
lunch.
who wrote that?
While
Okay.
I'm sitting during lunch and
Gotcha.
she's graciously allowing me to
Gotcha.
um write down her notes, and I'm writing down word for word. Like when it says RA's visitations transported by a number of guards, fully shackled, black box cuffs, belly and ankle shackles. Warden refers to a leash that was allegedly used to walk Richard Allen around in the prison. This leash was referenced as a security leash. What the fuck claims that RA was leashed like a dog? Those are
Mm.
her reactions.
Yeah.
Those are her reactions from her notes that she wrote down on the piece of paper. I literally wrote
Okay.
down what she wrote,
Like word for word. Okay.
word for
Good to
word,
know. Good to know. All
word
right.
for
Made a
word.
note of, yeah, I made a note for that.
So
Okay.
then she had noted that she said Rozzy withdrew the second motion to suppress a statement. Um, and then she wrote down that the defense asked the warden if he was aware of two different statements from two different individuals. And then she notates that the answer was did not get the memos. Doesn't know inmate or companion rules. This is apparently the warden saying, I'm not familiar with the inmate companion rules.
Lord.
And then it says that the Westville law log sheets were leaked to law enforcement. Guards replaced the companions with real guards after the Westville law log sheets were leaked to law enforcement.
Law like LAW?
Yes,
Okay.
AW log sheets were released to law enforcement. And I don't know like because I know at one point that they were going back and forth about like mental health like logs and different things like that, like when Walla was on the stand and when Harshman was on the stand and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, and they were asking Walla about, did you give different logs or whatever to law enforcement, right? Like, did you do
Hmm.
this? Did you? And she's like, no. They had mentioned, I guess, because this is like before. So they're talking about that there were log sheets that were leaked to law enforcement. And that at that given point in time, after these log sheets were leaked to law enforcement, that the guards were then replacements for the inmate companions. They
Did
replaced the
they
inmate companions with real guards, is what it says.
is there any date associated with that? Like there a time
No,
frame?
no, no.
Okay.
And the only reason why I say like the date and I don't know is because I'm not the one
Gotcha.
that
That's all
heard
right.
that. I'm not the one who was listening. If I was in there, I'm sure that they probably did at some form in time reference.
Is she the one
Um,
who was on the who jumped on criminality stream with you?
no,
No, okay.
no, this
Just
is a
making sure. I
separate
didn't think
lady.
so. Okay.
The lady that jumped on criminality stream with me, I don't even know that lady. Okay. Like
Okay.
I've never met that lady. I had never had any interaction with that lady. To keep it real with you, I had absolutely no idea that criminality had talked to her, that there would be anybody else there, anything
Yeah.
like that. Um, when they were talking about the proceedings happening and stuff like that, criminality was doing a live, and she said, um, I'm wondering if there are people that are going to the hearings who would be willing to come up and share their experience and talk about it. And told criminality that I would volunteer as tribute
I
and
I
share my
volunteered
notes.
you before you did that.
Well,
Sorry.
I didn't know. No,
I
I
was like,
didn't
should be
know that
so
you
great.
had volunteered me. And so, like, I had come in the live and I saw, like, as I was coming in, she was saying it. And I was like, yeah, I'll volunteer as tribute. You were like, thank
Yeah.
God, because I already volunteered
Yeah.
you.
I wanted to
But
throw
yeah,
your hat in the ring.
yeah, it was awesome. So I was like, that's awesome. Like, it was cool. So, like, when she got on, I was so excited because like I said, I didn't know that she was going to be there. I didn't know
Mhm.
anything about that. I was like, I just thought that I would be on there with criminality and whoever came, whatever, you know?
Mhm.
And so when she got in there and then her and I were going through our different experiences, the stuff that we heard in the courtroom, it just, it was so vibing.
Yeah.
Because it was on point. It was
Yeah.
almost as if like if there was something that I was unable to catch, because I was writing the last thing, she was able to catch it in succession. And that was the bombest like
Yeah.
connection there ever, because it really gave a lot more enlightenment, you know what I mean, to help fill in more blanks. So I was very grateful for that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that was I think I want to say that was probably the day where I just was actually I don't remember if that was the day or the day after, but whatever day Walla was on, like I was up and down, going back and forth. Like, wait, she said what? Okay, that's good. Wait, that's not very. And then I finally got to a point where I was like, I don't care if she's good or bad. I just want to know what happened. Like, I don't care. Like,
Well, and
I
that's
just
why
couldn't.
it was
My
so
emotions were
difficult
everywhere.
for me. Yeah, it was like it was kind of difficult for me listening to her on the stand, because
Hmm.
like I for me, like as I said before, like my impressions were like, and especially like when you listen to the testimony and the back and forth, this started out as a form of entertainment for her. This started out as something, that she was interested in. Like she's interested in this true crime thing and blah, blah, blah. And she's using, um, you know, tools that are supposed to be for her employment and supposed to be for, um, you know, only in work use. You're using that to explore more information about other people that you're hearing mentioned.
Yeah.
That's not what you're supposed to be doing. And Rozzy is
Right.
like firmly saying, well, hey, yo, like, does the internal affairs and people know that you were doing this? And she's like, no, you know. And when they found out, did you get in any trouble? No, there's no trouble, like nothing. But then it was like, as the time progressed, treating him, it was like the human, like it was like a humanistic type thing, because it was kind of like you, it was a pull back and forth. Like I wasn't really sure how to feel about her testimony, because it was like you kind of felt like at one second she wanted to help him, but then another point it was for, I guess, maybe a monetary gain in some form or fashion of her own.
Yeah.
Um, but I was left
She
feeling
seems to
very,
like my impression I have like from or my takeaway, I guess, from everyone is that she kind of was like, "Oh, this very important thing. Like, I can't believe I'm part of this story. I'm treating him." And it was like she almost had
yeah,
the celebrity. Oh, I want to be a part of it. Now. I mean,
yeah. It was
was
like
like
I'm a big part of this
she's
story, and
fascinated
so,
by it and not treating
but
him
then
like because she was enamored, I guess.
yeah, and she's enamored by the story, and I get that part, but then I also like, to me, it's like, yeah, you're a part of this story and this narrative, but then I think about the ethical drawbacks of the things that she was doing, and how
Yeah.
um it's very dangerous. It's dangerous for somebody to be in a position of that nature, because you don't know what that person is capable of doing with that. Um and I don't know. It's very frustrating. It's very disgusting, in my opinion. Um, and I don't believe that she should be working in the position that she's working with, because that is a position of trust, and you broke that trust. You broke
Yeah.
that trust when you started using tools that were meant to be used for ethical reasons for unethical reasons, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, the fact that even you were able to sit in this hearing and you're like, okay, you're fascinated, you're trying to like process stuff, but you're like, nope, nope, I got to focus, I got to write, I got to document, I'll process
Mhm.
later. The fact that you
Yeah.
had to were able to do that and it's not your
It's
job
it's it's
even,
it's what
but it
Walla
is
would
her
call,
job and she didn't do it, that's a
right,
problem.
right, but that's the thing that Rosie was trying to get to through to her while she was on the stand. And again, I was doing what Walla was failing to do, and that was
Yeah.
what is it?
Compartmentalize.
compartmentalizing. Thank you. I don't
Yeah.
know why I was having a problem pronouncing that. But yes, you have to compartmentalize. And she was insisting that she was able to treat Richard Allen as well as compartmentalize. But then it's like I look at
While
the
she's doing the other
totality of
stuff.
everything that she testified to. And for me, because you can see, like, in some ways, she said it bothered her. She said that it bothered her on the stands. And you can see that she's like seeing kind of like the human side of this, but at the same time, you're still exploiting those humanistic
Yeah. Did it bother her
things.
before the hearing or
I don't
while
know.
she's
I have
at, like,
no idea. I have
that's
no
what I
idea
meant,
the
it was
state of
more
the woman's
rhetorical.
conscience.
Like, I don't care if it
Right.
bothered her. Did she do the right thing or not? Like, that's kind of like the impression I ended up with by the end of the day after hearing all the different things. I just got to a point where I'm like, I don't care if she's good or bad. I just want to know,
Yeah.
did she do the right thing? And if not, how did she fix it? And I don't
Yeah.
think she
And
did. But
right. And there was no effort to make it right or fix it or anything like that. So I just I was left just feeling torn
yeah,
when she got off the stand, honestly, just torn because it just it was like I don't believe that she should be holding the position that she's in. I feel like there should be some consequences of the actions that she chose to partake there. Um, and yeah, Dr. Walla gives great care, and trust me, I know great care when I see it. I'm a VA patient. Well, okay. Thank you for your opinion, DB. I'm gonna have to assert my Fifth Amendment there. I'll leave it at that.
oh my goodness, is that
Yeah.
funny? Okay,
Yeah,
so
she is, and I agree because okay, so knowing what she knew was happening and not doing anything about this, she has an ethical and they're mandated. She's mandated
yeah,
to report these things, and I am so flabbergasted as to the fact that nothing was formally reported. Like, you are a mandated reporter. These are things that you are supposed to be reporting. And I don't see how treating somebody like this is okay. I just don't. I'm
it's
sorry.
not.
At the end of the day, guilty or not, these people are still human beings.
Mhm. Absolutely. I mean, preaching to the choir.
Yeah. She has a
I'm right there
legal,
with you.
ethical, professional, organizational. Yeah. She has she's required to do that. Um, she's going to be the one thrown under the bus. Oh, R&M says, yeah, I feel like that. I feel like she's going to be part of their scapegoat. Like, keep on rolling, you know?
Yeah, they'll probably put. I mean, there's a lot of responsibility she absolutely should take, but it will if they think that that will like that's not going to satiate me. Like she's not the only person who needs to take responsibility and hasn't yet. So good.
Correct.
I wish them luck with that false sense of security that they're that they might be grasping for, but I don't even
Yes.
think so. Like,
Yeah. And
have
I
to
just,
buckle up.
I feel like there's definitely, like, even with just the prison itself and all of these things, like, I know that there's lawsuits and there's been lawsuits and everything, but man, it just, there's so much that needs to, like, something should be done, in my
Yeah,
opinion. Something should be done, period, point blank.
yeah,
Just the condition of Westville facility alone and the
yeah.
things that are happening there, the reports, they need to do something different. Um, the definition of insanity is doing the same things over and over and expecting different results.
Mhm.
Try something new, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, that would require independent thought and self-reflection,
Correct.
and the capability to understand that doing something better is good for people. And but
Yeah.
these kind of people, they don't. They're like, oh, if I admit failure, then that's bad for me. So no, and they just really don't think much past that.
Right.
And even though that is actually that doesn't reflect well on them, but they don't
Not everybody is built the same. Not
Yeah.
everybody comes from the same strand of, I don't know, the same scrap of wood. Like, everybody is conditioned differently as they are raised. Some people are raised um to do different behaviors, you know what I mean? Because it's ingrained in them. It's something that they're used
Yeah.
to.
Learned
Um
behavior,
yeah,
kind of
learned
stuff. Yeah.
behavior or encouraged behavior, or simply because nobody has ever gone back to redirect them with positive
Yeah.
or negative
Corrected.
reinforcement.
Yeah.
That's just what that boils down to. Nobody has ever forced them to come forward and take responsibility and hold accountability for the actions that they have continued to perpetrate. They have been allowed to do whatever they want to do and run amok. And one day the Pied Piper is going to come calling and you're going to have to pay it. You know, I do say that one
Yeah.
day somebody is going to eat their cured bowl of shit soup. It's
Yeah.
coming. You don't know when it is, but they'll
Yeah.
see it. And you better not spit it out. You better swallow it all down, because if you try to vomit it up, we're going to make you eat the vomit. Sorry.
I mean, no notes. Fully
Yeah,
agree.
that's my personal opinion on that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
That's all I
agreed.
have to say about that.
Okay, real quick, hang on. Let me go. I went off my tab. I need to go back and find my place. So,
Okay.
this
Sorry.
little section, no, no, you're fine. So right, like we're at the part of the notes where it goes from like all the notes you got from your friend, and then it has Monica Walla witness, and then it has like a list of stuff, and then three witnesses. It looks like a
Yeah.
recap. I don't know if this is
Yeah.
still part of
Okay. So
the other lady's
that's
notes or if this is where you were picking up.
yeah, this is where okay, so this is where I was picking up, because it kind of goes like, okay, so I was writing about, like the Monica Walla and the Kennedy maps thing, right?
Yeah.
And then um when lunch started, uh I started to kind of like write down what they were doing, but for some reason, I don't know why, I wanted to go back to something that was said in that lady's notes. And I don't even understand why I did it, but I turned the page to go write something down because there was something that somebody had said that caught my attention.
Hmm.
And then it was concerning Monica Walla. And so I had just started to like write there. And
Yeah.
then because, I was already writing in there, copying stuff. And I finally was just like, forget it. And so I just started to write down right there, and then I flipped over to the next open page. So sorry about that. I know it's confusing,
That's all
but
right.
I yeah.
That's
So
right. I'm making myself notes too, so that way when I'm going back through this later, if I don't remember some stuff, like I'll have a thing that I can at least ask you a reference point or something.
yeah, because like I had wrote in the corner at the top on this page over here that there were three witnesses. So I made notation to myself that I missed
Okay.
three witnesses. I
Okay.
missed three witnesses. And
Gotcha.
and it's just, for me, that's a scolding for me.
No,
Or
I hear
that's
you.
like, it's not just a scolding, but it's like a, hey, go back and look at this because you missed this, and it's like, you have to find the information on this.
Gotcha.
Fill yourself in. Get this information. So
Gotcha.
yeah.
Okay. Oops. All right, okay. So that makes a lot more sense because when I was going through this, I thought, was the testimony shorter than I realized but now okay, this
No,
makes
no, like
okay.
Gritty was trying to copy the notes, and like I said, I was listening to
Gotcha.
this lady
I see
tell me
now
about
where this is
everything that
picking up.
transpired, and then I'm like, wait, what the fuck? And then I stopped to ask questions, and then I'm like trying
Yeah.
to pick up, but then people are filing in, and then it's like they mentioned something, and I'm like, wait a minute, you know what I mean? And I don't know, like I go to make a note, um, but definitely okay. So besides where like this little squiggly line is right on the original notes where it talks about Kennedy Maps, the lead
Yeah.
investigator for Westville, um those are from her notes as well, like right there.
Yeah.
When she reported that, the guards are wearing the patches on their vests with the symbolism connection. Under that, where it says seen every day for a month, changed weekly,
Yes.
suicide watch, December, that is concerning Walla's testimony. So that
Okay.
connects to Walla.
Okay. Let me.
So they mentioned that just like briefly for a second, right? And then like Holman's called, right?
Okay.
So Holman gets up on the stand, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's like they're talking about a reference that's going to be coming in Walla's testimony. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So, I absolutely do want to circle back to Walla at some point, but I am trying to stick with like the
Yeah, no, I'm
DOC
just
in
saying
regards to
we
like,
don't
yeah,
have to go over Walla, but we're going
yeah.
over Jerry Holman because this is when it starts that they're talking about.
He comes back in and then Harshman comes up, right? Is that what?
Yes,
That's the note I
correct.
made. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay.
Correct. So they bring up Holman, and Holman's going back over um the how this whole ordeal was started to set up to monitor Richard Allen with the Indiana Department of Corrections. So they bring Holman on first to talk to him about this before Harshman is brought. This is when Holman goes AWOL and they have to go collect Holman on his his
Oh,
his right of whatever. Okay.
okay. Okay. So I'm reminding myself. Oops. Oh, hang on. Let me highlight this. Okay. So then they go find him and they bring him back and then he testifies?
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
So they well, no, that's when they put Kennedy Maps on. That's when Kennedy
Okay.
Maps was put on the stand because initially it was supposed to be Holman right away after lunch. And
Okay.
then because Holman went on the Cruzation game and they had to go get him, they substituted and brought Kennedy Maps as the witness in.
Okay.
That's what it was. So they
Okay.
brought Kennedy Maps in and had her testify before he came up. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, yeah. No, we're good. This is very helpful.
So that's
Okay.
yeah, that's
Okay.
not okay. So that's not her
Right.
notes.
So we're
That's my
back to the
notes. I'll
Holman note.
Kennedy Maps. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. But in between that, before that, I missed three witnesses. That's what that
Okay.
is. Okay.
Gotcha. Okay. So when Holman starts, he's where it says generally familiar with RA detention circumstances. That's when they pick back
Yes.
up with Holman after maps. Okay.
Correct.
I'm with you now.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So, um, Rosie gets Holman back on the stand, and they clarify that Holman is one of the lead investigators from ISP concerning the Delphi case. Um, they ask if he is generally familiar with Richard Allen's detention circumstances, how he's been held, how he's transported, the White County, Carroll County stuff, Westfield, or Westville. Um, and Holman says, yes, I'm aware. So, um, and is it accurate to say that you've been aware of his behavior and his conduct during this time? They're referring to Richard Allen, obviously. And they asked, basically, is it true that you assigned officers to investigate his circumstances? You assigned officers to monitor his calls. And he says, yes. He talks that about that initially, Ryan Harshman and Detective David Vito were the ones to listen to the calls, and then eventually it just transitioned to Harshman only listening to those calls. Um, so they talk about conducting interviews. Holman, Mullins, Rich Davies, Brian Marshman were the individuals to go over to Westville to conduct interviews with correctional officers and inmates. Okay. And so Rozzy asked them, how did you,
Wait, was
how did
Holman
that
one of the ones
transpire?
doing it? Hang on, was
Yes,
Holman also doing the interviews? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
correct. So it's
Okay.
Holman, Mullins, Rich Davies, Brian Harshman, and I don't know. I might have wrote down
Freshman.
Marshman, but it could have been Harshman.
It's freshman.
Okay. So Mullins, Rich Davies, Harshman, and Holman were the four main individuals going to Westville to conduct the interviews with the correctional officers as well as the inmates that were a part of the program. You know,
Mhm. The plus program?
yeah, but the companions, they call them the
Okay.
companion inmates.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, so, he's like, who went over there to go do the interviews? And Holman is explaining, and he says, well, me, Mullins, Rich Davies, Brian Harshman, myself, we went over there to go conduct the interviews with correctional officers and the inmates because I'd received information that he made confessions. So we went over there to go subpoena and review those documents. And we also contacted Kathy Allen, Janice, um, officers, inmates, um, in regards to these confessions. And Rozzy asks Holman, who contacted you? And Holman says, no one. And Rozzy's like, nobody contacted you? And Holman's like, no, we were monitoring his phone calls. And I got told about a phone call, and I was alerted to a phone call, and that prompted me to bring officers over to the prison to begin investigating information from those phone calls.
So, real quick on this is one of the things that I was trying to get into last night. And I don't remember if it's Yellow Jackets notes or like a composite of several different people's notes, but she used the term corrections treatment liaison, is who Holman um, was making arrangements with or dealing with
Yes.
in order to set all this up. Are you about
Yeah.
to get into that?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
okay, okay.
That's exactly what I'm about to get into.
Okay, and before you do though, right before where it says GTL Service Phone Company, where it says just started,
Hmm.
was that Holman saying they had just started monitoring or like just started what?
That
Because
they, yeah, no, not that they had just started monitoring
or
his phone calls,
just started subpoenaing records.
like they had just, yeah, he's like, so nobody calls you and nobody tells you that this is going on, and you're saying that i- i- you're monitoring his phone calls, and all of a sudden, like, you just decided that you're just going to start going out there and investigating these inmates and these officers and get these confessions, and you know what I mean, like,
Did he give
Rozzy's
any sort
making
of
it
time
firm,
frame
like,
for it?
huh?
Did he give any time frame for when
No,
this was happening? Okay.
no, no, not specific dates. But so, I mean, Rozzy, when you're listening to the way that Rozzy chose to frame the questioning, it was kind of like, you don't just pull this information out of thin air. Like, you don't
Okay.
just decide, okay, I'm going to start listening to this phone call, or I'm going to start whatever. Like you had some form or fashion of finding out this information. So Rozzy's like, did somebody call you and say, this is what's going on? And I think that that is important because that's where it comes to play when Harshman is on the stand, because Harshman refers to listening to phone calls, that if he heard something of substance, he would then turn around and reach out to Mullins and Holman to make a
Mhm.
report, forward them what he had heard, blase, 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 you know. So yeah.
Hang on. So, okay. So does Rozzy ask him, "Did you reach out to the GTL?" And he's like, "No, we didn't do that." Is that the order of like I'm trying to figure out who's questioning and who's answering in these
Yeah,
notes.
he asked, "Did you reach out to the phone company, or the
Okay.
prison for information?" You know,
Holman's like,
um,
"Nope."
to get the information about monitoring his phone calls, to the outside. How do you know who he was talking to? How do you know what was going on there? And again, I think that this has to do with the mention of those log leaks. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Like,
Yeah.
there's all kinds of stuff that goes on with that. And so, um, Rozzy asks, so like when it comes to his phone records, because they had already set this up, okay, with GTL
Mhm.
Phone Service Company to monitor all communications, and record them with that GTL service, right? So everything that concerned the phone, the tablet, they already made arrangements to get that information,
Okay, but
right?
he's saying he didn't reach out to them for that.
Right,
He wrote
but they asked him, "Did you reach out for the information about these said confessions? Like, did you reach out to the phone company to find out about these apparent confessions?" And Holman's like, "No." "Did somebody call you?" "No, nobody called me." "Well, how did you know?" Like, Rozzy's trying to get to the bottom of this,
yeah.
and Holman's trying to make it seem like, well, I just knew, like, I listened to a phone call and something didn't seem right. So I just knew to go out there and start
He's like, "I
poking
didn't have to
around.
because it was already set up and we were already listening, and so we alerted
Right,
ourselves."
right, right.
Okay.
That's the impression that I got from it. It's like we were
Okay.
poking around. We heard something concerning. Nobody told me to go out there. I took it upon myself to pull these guys together and take them to the prison
Mr.
because we
Lawrence
felt,
blew up on stuff, just couldn't not
yeah,
give up on it apparently. He developed a
yeah,
whole new personality. Very interesting.
yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's the worst.
So I found that it was interesting because Holman says, like, nobody contacted me. We were already monitoring his phone calls through the GTL service phone company, right? So as it goes down, Rozzy asks him, "How do you know that he's speaking to an attorney?" And Holman's talking about, with the call logs, like, it doesn't record attorneys' phone calls and stuff like that. So, like, if he's talking to an attorney, it will let them know, like, that call, please, was to an attorney. That's privileged. They're not allowed to have access to that, whatever.
Hang on. Does it not record them or does it say don't
It
read?
does not record them. No, it does not
Okay.
record them. So it's a security measure that is entered in. So when an inmate goes into the Department of Corrections, there is a process, where individuals are listed for visitation, phone calls, texting, whatever. So the inmate would give a list of individuals that they would like to talk to during their incarceration. Okay, so you would give the person's name, their address, their phone number. If you're going to be getting visitations, they give you a document that you literally is like a background check for your family members. You have to send a family member or whoever, friends, whatever that's coming to visit you, you have to mail home this document. And so what happens is they have to fill out this document as well as provide a copy of their driver's license in with that. And then that is in turn turned back into the prison. And then the prison runs a criminal background check on those individuals. And then they decide whether or not this individual is somebody that would be um, an approved visitor. So let's say, for example, they try not to allow anybody who has any criminal record to come and visit you. Like, if they're a
Yeah.
felon, they don't want them to come visit you. However, they will make an exception if it is a next to kin family member. So let's say that you're in prison and your brother is a hardcore criminal and he's got a fucking background check a million miles long, but he's not on probation, he's not on paper or whatever. Or sometimes there are situations where the individuals are on paper. They have to go and get special permission for those individuals to be allowed into the prison to gain entry to come and visit you.
And you said it's a
So
mix of 10?
they have to go through a whole secondary process of approval.
Gotcha.
And then there would be an order issued that says, yes, this person is a felon, but they're excluded from being unable to come visit this person with from this rule because they've had prior approval from the Department of Corrections. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah. Did you say it
And
requires an order though? Like if they go through
it's
the
not
extra layer of
it's not.
approval?
Yeah, it's an order of approval that they would attach to the inmate's file. But
Like an
it's
order
like
from
they
a
go
judge though, or just like from the
no,
people doing the
no, like
background checks?
The Indiana Department
Okay.
of Corrections does their
Okay.
own in-house
Gotcha.
security, background checks, all of that stuff. So let's say, and there are instances where you may submit for somebody and they may look at that person, they may feel that that person's background is a um
Red flag.
something that could be bad for that particular inmate to have interactions with those people. And sometimes they will say, I'm sorry, we're unable to allow this individual to come and see you because we feel that this person is a high risk to this individual inmate.
Yeah.
um, they look at those things because that helps them to determine recidivism from further
Gotcha. Yeah.
impact of criminal activity
Like a risk
perpetuated.
assessment kind of thing.
Correct. So it would prevent further criminal activity from being perpetuated within or even beyond outside of their placement in their facility. They are responsible for you. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Yeah.
So if they feel like that there's a risk that you're going to even commit criminal activity with this person, they are not going to be allowed to have interaction with you. They control that.
Yeah. Okay. So that's
Sorry.
extensive. No, it's like
And I,
I was not
and I'm
trying to
just
you. I just meant like I'm surprised they're that
and
thorough with anything,
well,
and that they're not with other stuff.
and I'm telling you this also because of personal experience.
Yeah.
I spent a better part of my 20s down. So I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? These are things that I personally had to deal with as struggles. I
Hmm.
have been incarcerated before in the Indiana Department of Corrections. So I am familiar with how things are run. Yes, the difference in running the facilities could differ a little bit between the men and women's facilities, but logistically overall, it is all supposed to be under the same procedural standard.
Okay.
Sorry, but I'm just
Yeah.
speaking from personal experience too. These are things that I've been through, I've experienced. So like as they're talking about stuff, I feel like that kind of gives me another perspective of it. It's like, okay, yeah, I
Absolutely.
understand what you're talking about. And I also have family members that also work in the Department of Corrections as well.
Yeah.
So I'm talking about this from a perspective of not just experiencing it for myself, but I do know people who work in the industry as well.
Yeah. That's helpful. A lot of very, very useful insight for sure.
Yes, very.
Okay. What
So
about
yeah.
these last three little lines?
Okay. Which one?
The officer headphones dedication.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. Um, so they're like, eh, um, it never happens to be, Holman says, it never happens to be that anybody reached out to me, whatever. He says that the calls are listened to weekly, probably more frequently than that. because they have an officer that is dedicated with a pair of headphones that sits and listens to all of these calls. And that is when they are referring to Harshman, because Harshman went from, like, him and Vito went from listening together, like, this went to be Harshman's only job. His only job is to go to work every day, pick up a pair of headphones, and plug into dialing the numbers to re-listen to all of these interactions that Richard Allen has had.
Yeah.
And that is past and current phone calls that are happening. So then Holman says that he's never listened to the calls, that Harshman is the primary individual listening to these calls, and that if he hears something of significance, someone would reach out to the prison, and that they would round up people for depositions, and that they would begin gathering information. And then he says that they had switched from the inmate companions to the guards after confessions. So these confessions happen, and suddenly they switch out from the inmate workers to regular guards. And he kind of just doesn't mention at all or gloss over, like, there's a gloss over of this indication of log information released to law enforcement. So, like,
Yeah.
there's no, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's no mention of it there, but it's like it's pointed out before. So it's crazy.
Hang on. What
Um,
about, I want to make sure I understand right before that part, though. It says, like, if Harshman hears something of significance, he would pass it on to Holman, and they would start. It says they would reach out to the person and round up people, like reach out to the person, like their liaison, or the person on the
no, they would okay, so
inmate.
they would reach out to the prison, okay? So you
Which,
have the
oh,
inmate companions and you
prison.
have the guards, right? So you've got prison guards that claim, allege that there were confessions made, that they heard confessions. So they are giving um their
Okay.
story, or their whatever, their narrative, okay, of what they heard happen. And then you have inmates who said, this is what happened. He confessed to me. So then they have to get their narration of
Okay.
what was said to them.
Okay.
So they started to round up those guards and inmate companions that said there was an alleged confession narrated to me, and they began an investigation and getting those individuals rounded up and started to have depositions for those individuals. So, like, they
Okay.
went ahead and put them, like, in a formal deposition form for their
Yeah.
statements beforehand, so that it was secured, I guess, would be the way to
Yeah.
do it.
Okay. So
Um,
first subpoena, is that, it says, or another letter from warden.
yeah, about the information, that, you know, you were retaining this information. Like, this is the same process to retain this information. When you went and subpoenaed, these inmates, and when you got a letter from the warden, you kept doing the same routine thing. Like, this is the same thing you would do. You would listen if something was of substance, you know what I mean? Like, that's what was being reiterated. And he's like, um, yes. So, like, they would get this information, they go out there, they perform the interview, perform the deposition. Like, this is the same routine with, you know what I mean, with each individual that you came into contact with. Okay. Um, and Rosie asks Holman, when's the last time that you asked for updated information? And Holman says, I'm not sure.
Hang on. Was, hang on. I'm trying to redo the sentence because he asked him twice, but I'm not sure. Let's see. So Rosie asks, was the first subpoena the same process to gather and retain the information? And then, but it says something like, was the first subpoena or another letter? Like, was he saying
Yeah, it
y'all
says
are
was the
getting
first
subpoenas and
subpoena,
you're
or
asking for
because
letters from the warden?
Yeah, because I don't know if they specifically got a subpoena from the warden or like like a deposition or the letter. Like it wasn't really clear. Like I don't think Holman
Okay.
understood how they retained it. So when Rozzy said it, like he's like, so is this like subpoena deposition, letter that you got from the warden about this, info? Like, you know what I mean? Is this the same process
Okay.
that you routinely go through for information? Like the warden, I don't know. The warden has to give them, I don't know, permission. I don't understand, but just
Let's see.
when they're getting this information and they're retaining these depositions and they're retaining all of this information, are you using the same process? Are you running this by the warden? Are you this? Are you that? Is it the same thing over? Like, is it the same routine process? And the answer was yes.
And okay, hang on. Let's see. One more note, and then let's see. Okay. And then, so he's like, yeah, we're doing it all the same, by the book. Everything's totally
Yeah.
fine. And
Yeah.
then he's like, okay, well, when's the last time you asked for updated info? And from
Yeah. And
who?
Holman
Like
says,
for a
I'm not
subpoena
sure.
or?
Yeah. He's like, well, when's the last time that you requested updated information? And Holman's like, I'm not sure.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, um, and so Rozzy asks him if the phone calls were frequently written in documentation, and Holman says no, not so much. And then he asked him if he listened to any of the calls, right? And he said he mentions December of 2022 and March of 2023.
Holman does or Rosie does?
I don't know.
That's all right.
Yes. Okay, hold on. I don't know which one it was that said it. I don't know if it was Rozzy or Holman. It just the date,
Was he saying like
December.
any of his calls in December or March?
Yeah, maybe. Listen to any of his calls in December of 2022 or March of 2023. And then Rozzy asks, "Did you hear any of these calls asserting his innocence?"
Okay. And Holman's like, I don't know. Or something.
And I don't know. Like, yeah, and Holman says that he interviewed him one time, not twice. He's like, I interviewed him once, not twice. So I don't know. I don't really understand what that was about. I just know that Holman said he interviewed him once, not twice. So I
Well,
guess there
because
was a
during that last
discrepancy.
interview, Mr. Allen spent 2 hours denying everything, telling him, "Nope, that's not my like. What are you talking about?" Like he could tell this was not going well, and he spent 2 hours not giving an inch. And so I wonder if Rosie was asking, like, did you hear him say like he was not admitting to anything? Like, what? I'm wondering if that has to do with it. Like, why did
Yeah,
John
and
wait? And
yeah,
then
'cause
calls. He's asking, were phone calls frequently written down?
yeah, he said, "Were the phone calls frequently written in documentation?" And he said, "No, not so much." And he asks him, "Did you listen to any of his calls?" And it says March 2020 or December 2022, March 2023. And Rozzy says, "Hear any calls asserting his innocence?" And Holman says, "I interviewed him once, not twice."
Okay,
August 2022, December 2023, he was sent something from Harshman saying that specifically a call that was made in August of 2022 and another call that was made in December of 2023 are calls that were sent as something that should be listened to.
okay, okay. Oops, like giving myself a for instance for later, so that I
Okay.
can kind of remember. Well, I guess okay.
Yeah. So, um, so he says, that those two calls, right, in August of 2022 and the December of 2023 were marked that were sent to him as calls that he should listen to. And Rozzy says, did you start directing investigators to go to Westville to collect call log sheets? And Holman says, not directed. I went to the prison to investigate
And he was investigating the guards'
himself.
claims, not actual phone calls. He was just the guards were like, "Hey, we heard this," and they were going to interview the guards about like hearsay stuff.
I guess he was supposed to be interviewing about the hearsay stuff, but it this has to
Okay.
do with the call logs because he specifically asked, did you start directing investigators to go to Westville and start collecting the call log sheets?
Okay. Okay. Call logs or the door
Call,
to
no,
call logs.
call log sheets.
Okay. Okay. So then let me highlight this and then I can catch back up. Okay. So, and then after they interviewed the guards, they transcribed what the guards said he confessed.
Yes. So it
It
says,
was from the
he asked,
interviews. Okay. Sorry. No, keep going. Sorry. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Um, so yeah, so, Holman's like, I didn't direct anybody to go up there and, get the call logs. I went to the prison to investigate the stuff myself. Right? So they asked him if there were any guards that, were specifically assigned to the cell. Um, they talked about, they transcribed the form of the confession and gave it to the defense. So this is what I'm talking about. They went out there, they got the narrated statement, they typed it up, and then they provided those transcribed narratives to the defense.
Okay. Okay. And Rosie's back to questioning.
Yes. So Rosie asks him, he said, did you ever ask if Richard Allen has ever asserted his innocence? Um, did you ask if he made statements other than incriminating statements? Um, because Rosie points out that the transcripts are fairly short. Then Rosie asks, do you know if these inmate companions have had any real conversations with Richard Allen aside from what they were interested in? Um, and he said some inmates volunteered their statements of the behavior of Richard Allen and Richard Allen's statements.
Okay.
So they Rosie asks Holman if he ever interviewed Dr. Walla, and Holman says no. Rosie asks if Holman ever interviewed the warden, and he says no. And he asks him, have you ever interviewed internal affairs? And the answer was no. Um, and he's like, well, how do you get to doing all this? Like, where you're at in the prison, like, how do you do what you're doing, to get there, to talk to these people and all of that stuff. And Holman says that he was put into contact with a major and that he was searched and taken to Richard Allen. He indicates that it was at the WC unit at the mini prison and that it was at the administration building basement in the interview room. So when Holman is saying, I interviewed him one time, not twice, this is what I think. I think that they took
Oh.
Richard to him for an interview. He got a shot at him for just a second, didn't really get much out of it.
Oh my
Maybe
gosh.
attempted to go back there again, but was denied entry. Then they had tried with that Indiana State Police forensic psychologist and were denied. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes. Okay. So the when he was this is separate than how he contacted the prison to monitor calls. This, like when he talked to the major, that was strictly to go in person to take a pass at RA, and that's separate from how
Well,
they
not
were like,
I don't know if it was just separate to just take a pass at RA, but they were in that basement administrative, like, he was provided that basement administrative building part to conduct all of these interviews, okay? So,
okay,
you're conducting all of the interviews with the guards, the inmates. Maybe you tried to talk to Richard Allen one time. You know what I mean? Like,
gotcha.
this is what that is. So, he says that he listened to some, and he would characterize it as incriminating.
Of course he would.
And so he was
He also
asked,
says sketch one and sketch two is the same person, though. Okay, so this is him answering,
yeah. So he said,
or
"Did you listen to some of this stuff?" And Holman says he would characterize it as incriminating. So Rossi asks, "Did you follow up with the CBS or family?" And um, about the same things. And he says, "Yes," because they're now talking about the confession concerning a box cutter,
okay,
um, and statements that a box cutter was used in the perpetration, of the crime, and that the box cutter was placed into the trash behind the CBS after the crime. And Holman says that he followed up with an inquiry with CBS, but they couldn't find the razor. He also interviewed Richard Allen's daughter and wife.
okay,
And Rossi mentions that there were hundreds of hours of logs of calls, um, and you guys are going over this all as an agency. And Holman pops off and says to him, "Well, that's more of a statement, not a question."
okay. I think I put that in the wrong order. Okay, so oh, and then Rosie moves on to like the next line of questioning after that.
Yes, Rossi, because it's like Rossi, moves on.
Yeah,
Like
he's
when
like
he
fine,
says,
dipshit.
like you're interviewing the wife, you're interviewing the daughter, you've got hundreds and hours of logs and calls as an agency. And like Holman's like, well, that's more of a statement, not a question. Like it's like, how, and I do this frequently, like you just pointed this out in a message we shared like yesterday. You're like, I'm talking to myself and, making a note of this like out loud. Like,
Hmm.
it kind of like that's almost kind of like what it was. It's like Rossi's like, okay, well, you've got all this stuff, you know what I mean? And
He's like
before
waiting,
he gets like,
expecting Holman to draw the obvious connection, and Holman's like, duh,
yeah, and
doesn't.
like,
Yeah.
and so like he's trying to get that, and Holman's like, well, that's more of a statement, not a question. You know what I mean? Like, but it should, in your mind as you're listening to this and you're hearing the answers, it should lead you to draw some form of a logical conclusion at this point, I
Yeah,
guess, is
Holman
what
does
I
not
felt
do
like was
that.
trying to be portrayed. um so um he asks if he's been involved, uh if has Allen County been involved in Richard Allen's investigation. And Holman says, I think so. Um, oh, that's it. Okay, it wasn't not the investigation of Richard Allen. So there was another investigation that was out of Allen County that Holman was involved in. This is important. So there was another investigation that he was in, and they asked, I don't know, they asked if he had ever been accused of getting log sheets for other cases, or had he been involved in other cases? Like, were there other cases that he has been involved in investigating that he would go and retain the call log sheets for? And he says, I think so, yeah, I think there's been other cases. And Rozzy says, okay, what other cases, like, have you worked on, like, where that you would have, like, gone and gotten call log sheets? Because, like, he wants to know if this is something, like, is this something that's regular that they choose to do when they're investigating? Like, do
Yeah.
you regularly,
Like, is this normal?
when
Common?
you have somebody go to their placement facility and retain these informations, whatever. So he says that there are cases in White County, Carroll County, and Boone County
Oh, Boone. Okay.
that they had went and got call logs.
Okay.
Um, and so Rozzy asks Holman, "Are you aware of any circumstances where there have been any of these county jails that are assigning inmate companions?" And Holman says, "No, this is a very unique situation." And so Rozzy says, "Okay, no further questions." And so Diener gets up to cross-examine Holman. Diener specifically asks Holman if he's ever interviewed Richard Allen while he's been in the Department of Corrections, and Holman says no.
Oh, okay. So then,
And
yeah, I'll go for
she says, "But you did interview employees and inmates, correct?" And obviously the answer was
yeah.
yes. Diener asks, "Is it common for law enforcement to monitor jail calls for the crimes?" Um, and obviously, like, the answer was yes. Um, and she asks if they were given free and open access for login. Um, so the answer was yes on that. And that was kind of like the end of that there.
And then okay.
So that was like the
So,
end of the questioning. Like, are you given access, like free access? And that was it.
okay.
So let me go back over here because Walla goes on the stand, and then we go from Walla to Harshman, I believe.
Yeah. What page is, if you find it before me, let me know. I'm going through to see.
I don't have. Hold on.
I'm not sure if that's on here. I'm trying to
Yeah,
see.
I don't have like, I didn't mark it with a page number. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So this
I'm
is
just gonna
all
scroll through and look.
Walla. It's all Walla. She's a long little lady. Because they pull her off and they bring Harshman back on, and then they put Walla. You know what I mean? Like, Walla goes
Mhm.
on, then Harshman comes on, then Walla goes back on.
Okay. Let me getting towards the end, I think. Um.
Okay. This is her. My gosh, she's a talkative little chimp. Okay.
Oh wait, this does end with Walla. Did the I wonder if that's because it
No,
didn't
I've got
get to the end.
Harshman. Harshman, I'm there. He's there. Okay. I'm here. I'm to
Is it
him.
towards the end?
Yes. Harshman is toward the end. Harshman, in fact, is our last. Hold on. Yeah, Harshman is the last the last witness for that day.
Oh, I know that.
So
I meant like I was talking like last page. I'm trying to figure out because it looks like these end with um
it goes all the way. Okay, so we're talking about potential stressors. They were
the
talking about the potential stressors because Diener cross-examined Walla, and it seemed like the cross-examination was going on forever. So if you see the word potential stressors,
oh
then you're you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I see
because the
'em.
last thing before Harshman got on the stand, um, they were there was a flash drive, a BB flash drive that was admitted without objection um, into evidence, and uh, Gold said that she was unable because it was an exhibit they wanted to share. Okay, and so Gold had said that she was unable to um, insert that flash drive into the computer right then and there because they have some sort of security thing where they have somebody from tech come in and run a check and make sure that it's okay so that there's nothing like compromising on there. They have a whole procedural way that they, I guess
Yeah.
she explained that they do it. So she said that she would go ahead and allow the flash drive to be admitted without objection, but she was unable to um, plug it into her computer until she has the proper permission and that it's been scanned first.
Um, I might not have done those then because I'm typing in all those words and it's not coming up. Maybe I just didn't like I was going based off of the PDF. Hang on.
Yeah,
And I'm wondering if I don't have the complete set. Like I thought I did, but maybe there's still more.
maybe. I don't know. Maybe there could be pages because I was just like ferociously like taking pictures of pages and sending them
Yeah.
because, like I said, there's so much. It could be that I could have missed pages. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That you didn't get, but we need to figure out what you have and what you don't have because what you don't have is what I need to get documented and sent over to you.
Yeah, I'll probably after I go through these, I'll probably be able to I might actually either find it or I'll be able to better figure it out. But while I guess not while, but on that note, one thing that I'm still not clear on is let me pull up maybe it'll be easier if I pull up the notes that I first found it in. I'm not sure if it's Yellow Jackets or like a composite, but let me do that real quick because
Okay.
there's one thing that Holman said that I'm wondering that are in her notes that I'm wondering if you remember about. I think it was
Okay.
31st. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. I think it was July 31st. Let me check. Wait a minute. I was in the right folder. I just went out of it. Hang on. I forgot that I made a folder just for the notes. That's
Yeah.
why I'm not seeing it. Um,
And just remember, like, I mean, I was only there the first 2 days, so there could be something that's in Yellow Jackets notes that pertain to the third
right.
day that
Oh
I
yeah, because this
wasn't.
is you were not there the 31st, right?
No, I was there the 30th and the 31st. I wasn't able to go August 1st.
That's right. Okay. So
So
then
everything
I
that
think
I
this is
have
the
is
one.
from the 30th and 31st.
Okay, yeah, then it is here. So in part of her notes, she says something about the phone monitoring, like what tipped him off. And Holman says nobody told him about the confessions directly. They
Yeah.
monitored phone calls. And he says on these notes, oh, wait, it's because I'm not sharing the screen. There we go, right here where it says monitored phone calls on the 5th. And she's like, at the month. But apparently that was the tip off, according to these notes. And then it says Holman coordinated with correctional treatment liaison to surveil Mr. Allen. Do you
Yeah.
remember anything about that?
Yes.
Do
Yeah.
you,
That's what we were just talking about.
but
That's what we were just talking about. What okay, so what
it,
it looks like what I missed, okay,
mhm,
because I was busy writing
yeah.
what was going on. I missed writing down the monitored phone calls on the 5th of the month about that tip off, and I missed writing down that he was coordinated with the correctional treatment liaison, obviously, because me knowing that like I was there, like hearing like how this was put in motion. You
Mhm.
know what I mean? Like, yeah.
So, but isn't a correctional treatment liaison, isn't that the person who go like it's the go between medical and the prison, which is not, why would he coordinate with a medical liaison for monitoring phone calls?
This is somebody that is a part of the administrative sector in the prison.
Mhm.
So they have to coordinate everything that they do from him being monitored on the phones, monitored on the cameras, the handheld cameras. Like, they basically said that they got with them to make sure that any and all footage that was retained or any and all information, like all of that was preserved. They wanted to be sure that it was all preserved from the beginning. That is what that is about,
Who
preservation.
wanted to preserve it? The state was trying to preserve it, or Rozzy?
The state, like the police, like when they put this in place, Harshman, um, Holman, like all of them, they talk about in Harshman's, it's in Harshman's testimony. We'll talk about it in Harshman's testimony because they go over with Harshman how this came to be. Okay. So they coordinated like preserving like everything so that nothing got deleted. Um, because then you hear like when Gallipo was doing his testimony, okay, Gallipo points out, I think it was on the third day because I wasn't there, but I did notice that he mentioned that they were making sure to preserve the interactions with Richard Allen when it came to the point of um, litigation, like when like what's going on now, right? Like what's happening now in court. So if he made any confessions, they wanted to preserve all of the evidence for legal purpose.
Okay.
Gallipo
For
said it too. Like they wanted to preserve any and all things that could be pertinent or useful to deal with the case. Is basically how I understood that to be.
okay, but I'm not. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Let me pull up another tab here. Like I know that that person is like a more of an executive, administrative side of the prison when it comes to the liaison. And my question is, why is a police officer dealing with medical when they're like the prosecutors having to go to court to fight for that kind of information? And Holman is
Mhm.
saying, well, I have a login. That's how I monitored stuff. The person I dealt with
Yeah,
was,
because he was able to get okay, so the way that they talked about this, and we'll go over this in Harshman's testimony. So they talk about that they had made arrangements with that GTL company. They talked to the prison about preservation of like phone calls, all of that stuff. They talk about um how they made sure to make arrangements for all of this to be going on, to be preserved,
yes,
to
but
be monitored. Like this was from the beginning, from the day that that safekeeping order was signed, from the day that he was moved to the Department of Corrections. Once he hit RDC, which is the diagnostic center,
mhm.
um, from that day doing his intake, that's when they began to reach out and make the arrangements concerning the liaison and GTL, because they went ahead and set it like in motion that once his feet hit the ground at Westville, that he would then be under surveillance by the handheld camera, the video surveillance in the cell, as well as the surveillance for phone calls in the tablet.
Okay.
Like
So
they pre-planned
the
that. So he was in RDC for 1 day for processing intake. And then they made sure that all of that was in place. So as soon as his feet touched the ground there, he was on their property. That's when they started from that moment.
okay, and
And
so
they
the
made
first
clear to
point of
talk about that.
contact with the medical liaison was before he was even through intake, right?
They're saying that when he was at RDC, that 1 day in intake at
Right.
RDC, they were coordinating with Westville to make sure that they had access to his phone calls, the
Okay.
tablet,
So
and
they were reaching out to both of them. The way it was worded in those other
correct.
notes made it sound like that was because he didn't say we coordinated with GTL and CTL. At least in the notes. That's why I was trying to make
Yeah,
sure I
they
understood.
didn't say,
Okay.
like, because they didn't use the word coordinated. You have to remember that as I'm sitting
Right.
here and I'm standing outside of my
Yeah.
body and I'm writing this,
Yeah.
I'm writing the words that I hear. I did not hear the words, this was a coordinated effort. That
Gotcha.
is what I gathered from logic when they're saying, we spoke to these individuals at RDC and made sure that the handheld cameras in place, the phone calls were in place, all of this
Well,
stuff was
the
in place
coordinated came
before.
from the other notes. That's the only reason I was using that word because I was
Yeah,
trying to
no,
get
you're
like
no,
see if there was any more that you got from that same thing that they got from it. But
yeah,
that
it
actually
just,
does clear it up for me because I could not. I'm like,
yeah,
what is this talking about? Because I'm like, why doesn't this say GTL? But um, I'll probably message Yellow Jacket to follow up with her too, just to make sure that I am actually set straight. But you know
understanding
what's
it.
weird to
Yeah.
me about this? This
What?
the stopover at RDC was on November 3rd,
Uh-huh.
and that's the same day that Diener was signing the order. So they were already putting this in place before
Yes.
Diener even signed this order, and this is
Correct.
after Mr. Allen asked for an attorney. So they're doing all
Correct.
of this knowing that he didn't have an attorney. He
Correct.
requested one, and it would be another 2 weeks before he even got counsel appointed. And this
Correct.
was 2 days after Holman wrote up his report about, like, his report from the October 6th interrogation was dated on
Uh-huh.
November 1st, which is the day
Mhm.
Mr. Allen turned around and was like, no, I want an attorney. That's the
Yes.
day Holman prepared his report. This is so wild to me. Like, it makes my blood boil.
That
It just, like, it
that
sends
and
me
yeah, that's
to a
what I'm
place where
saying
I'm like,
too,
how
because
does this happen?
right, and then as I'm saying, right, exactly, and as you're sitting there and you're listening to it, because I mean, this isn't just me, like some fucking whack job just coming in and going, "Oh, this is what they're doing." No, these are things that they are talking about that is
Hmm.
happened, that's transpired, that you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, I'm just and you can't, like, it is frustrating, but like I said, you can't, like, at that time when you're hearing this, there's no time
To
to
process.
process this.
Yeah.
There's no time to stop and go, hold up, wait a minute, y'all really gotta, you know what I mean? You just kind of just go with the flow, because the chips are gonna fall where they lie. You know what I
Do
mean?
you
Like
see
where they
this
land,
one
like
on the
everything's just,
screen?
huh?
Sorry, sorry. I keep forgetting. I have a little bit of delay, and I keep forgetting to like wait a second. So I'm sorry. I was not trying to interrupt. I was just about to ask though. You can finish what you were saying, but I've just put a comment on the screen, and I'm wondering if you
Mhm.
have like if you could look at it when you're done. I'm so sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. It says the warden stated the only instructions he received from the central office was camera in RA's cell. So who was coordinating the other instructions at RDC? That's what we're talking about. That's
Is that
Holman.
that
Holman
Holman?
is
Okay.
talking about he made arrangements with the the phone company, that GTL. He's coordinating with that liaison so that they have all of these security, what they are saying are security measures in place for the benefit of Richard Allen. They're basically saying, we're doing this because this is a protection for him. This is a way to document, to show that everything is 100% like on the up and up and everything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But this
So that
isn't normal. This is not normal. This is not
right,
something I have seen done,
ever.
in
Yeah.
my opinion, ever.
Well, I knew it was obviously not normal, but the thing that was just really confusing me that I couldn't tell from the notes or just the transcripts alone was that he was doing both of those at the same time. But the way I was reading it for some reason was as if on the 5th he was monitoring the calls, and that's the day he reached out to the CTL. That's
Yeah,
the way, like, for some reason, somewhere along the way, that is what I got in my head, and I couldn't
yeah.
make sense of it. But it's because this happened in November, not in
Mhm.
April. That was the piece that I was just not, like, that was not
Well, it's
clicking in my brain until just
right,
now.
and it's really interesting because Criminal Network just commented and said that Liggett used to work at Westville.
Yeah.
Those were his goons. So, I mean, how do you know? Like, Liggett could have made the call to whomever. I can hook you up. This is, they're all working together. They're all like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm
Yeah.
just in that job. Maybe I'm just a fucking weirdo. But I'm listening. Like what I'm listening, what I'm seeing. Like what else can I say? Like what else can you deduce from this?
Yeah.
There's yeah. I don't know. Oh boy.
Okay. So, we can chat for a little bit longer, but like my brain is so full right now
I
that
know, right?
I actually
It's a
want to,
lot.
like, before I lose some of this though, like, I want to, before I get too, like, I stayed up until like like, yeah, I was live till like 4 a.m. here, and then I
I
stayed up
was with
even
you.
longer trying to like go back through it because I was just
Yeah.
trying to make sense of certain stuff. But
Right.
I need to start that process earlier tonight than I started last night. So I do need to attempt to start wrapping up, but I'm also going to try to go through and see if there were any comments of like
If
questions
we
or other stuff.
Yeah, and if you like are so overwhelmed that you're like, I need to take a break, like in between and digest what you've already got, I'm totally okay with that. I am more than willing to come back and we could go back over the next part or
Oh,
whatever.
for sure. I
Um,
would, I
so no
definitely would
worries
love
on
that and
that.
need that.
Yeah, no worries on that. Like, don't worry about that. Like, because, like I said, this is so much to digest. So, like, when I was going to the court hearings and I'm coming home and my husband was like, Gosh, you're live forever. He's like, Who does a 5 hour live? I'm like,
I
You
know.
do a 5 hour live
My
when you're
husband is
sitting in
way too
court.
normal for all this. He's like,
So,
"Are you still doing that?" I'm like, "Can you not? Like, don't judge me."
right. Right. I'm like, just stop. Don't say anything else, honey. Just let it go. Let it flow. You know. Um, but definitely because it's a lot of information. So like
Yeah.
for me, like I know that I captured a lot. I was very deep. I was very detail oriented. Um,
Mhm.
I just let
Yes,
myself
for
go
sure.
outside of myself and just started documenting. I mean, nothing on that. Like I did not insert my personal opinion, but maybe a couple times here and there, like, yeah, I did write that Nick was pulling a goal and, stuff like that. Um,
I always
it's,
have to go back and edit the snark out of my notes, but, like, that's
it's
also the way, like, those are just the way I remind myself when I'm writing stuff. Like, I have a good shorthand with snark, and so I do that, like,
mhm.
that's also why I wanna make sure and go back through it tonight, so that way it's not just, like, nothing but snark just out in my folder, out in the wild. Like, I wanna be able to, like, clean it up to take my snark
Right,
back out of it. But you are
right.
so much
And
more graceful about that than I am.
Well, I try, like, even though, like, sometimes I'm hearing this stuff, like I said, I don't have time to, like, process it,
Mhm.
but, like, there are times that I'm like, "Okay, I can't help but to write, like, a small snippet, like, of something," but I try not to try not to put as much snark in because even though it bothers me, I still have to
Yeah,
remember at the
try to
end of the
focus.
day that it's not just the focus, but it's important to stay objective, um, and to be open to everything that you're hearing.
Yeah,
That's important
for sure.
because even though, I could say that at this given point in time, like, this is what's presented to me, this is what's not presented to me. Who knows? At any given point in time, there could be something that comes out and it could change my trajectory of thought concerning,
Yeah,
the case. There could be a piece of evidence that comes out. And I just want to make sure that I'm trying to be as open-minded and unbiased as possible so that um if there is something that comes out that way, I can make that, decision change
yeah.
and understand why I'm feeling that way and making that change. And I try not to dwell on um just one fact or another fact. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
want to take it together as a whole, like as a collective.
Well, it's
Um,
important to be able to take in new information too. Like if you
yeah,
make up your mind too soon, then you're going to start ignoring new information that may be very important and significant.
correct.
And
Um,
like I'm not real good about keeping my like opinions and like my reactions to the new information. I have not mastered that yet, but
right.
I totally hear you when you're talking about like trying to be open. Like I
Yes.
dealt a lot with that with Walla. Like sometimes I have a hard time because I am more like I will like bend over backwards to go back on what I thought if I think,
Uh-huh.
okay, I'm trying to take in the new information. But sometimes like your ability to be able to do all of that, like it takes me time to like get to that process to remain open. I have to go through a whole bunch of steps because I
Uh-huh.
do have such strong feelings about things. So like
Yeah.
your
I mean,
ability to
I'm not
do
going to
this
say
and
that
take
I
notes
don't.
is so is I'm in awe of it because
Yeah.
it's not a graceful process for me.
Well,
It's
I'm not
just
going to
not.
say that I don't have feelings about certain things that I've heard or that I've seen. I definitely have some thoughts about this.
Well, yeah,
Um,
but you
but
handle
for
it
me,
so much
I
more grown
think
up
that
than I
my
do.
I think my biggest concern, if I'm being honest about all of this, is that as a layperson that is attending in the gallery, okay, just a regular,
Yeah,
normal, everyday person that is going to sit and listen to these proceedings, it's so overwhelming. My concern will be for a jury.
yep,
Um, because I know how just unbelievably, like, your brain's going, whoa, 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 whoa. That's how my brain is going.
yeah,
And they're talking about a trial that's going to last a couple weeks.
mhm,
Um, I I I do not envy the individuals that have to sit on this jury. But I do worry for the grueling exhaustion that is about to
yeah,
come to them if it comes to them. So, um, I mean, Criminal Network says no trial will happen, um, and I respect that opinion. But in my opinion, I think that trial is going to come. It's going to
yeah,
come whether we're prepared for it or not, and it's going to come hard and it's going to come fast.
yeah,
So
yeah,
you may be knocked out a one hitter quitter within a 5 minutes. I don't know. You know,
yeah.
some people
I'm
are going to
pretty
have
sure
that
it's still
stamina.
a
Some
chance
aren't.
right now. Like as of now, I don't think it'll be pushed, but at the same time, like if for some like I would be shocked but not surprised if like
Yeah.
some because it's this case has no shortage of just when you think like okay, sure things have been crazy, but like there's no way this could happen again or that could happen again. Sometimes that stuff does happen again. So
You
I'm
would be
kind of just like
surprised.
I don't think it would happen again. Like, if I had to bet, I would say trial's gonna start on the 14th. But at the same time, like, I will totally eat my words if the universe just throws another one at everybody.
Yeah, no, it's coming. Trial is not going to be held off.
I don't
It
think
is
Gold
firmly
knows
coming.
it. She's
It's
not gonna
going
go
to
talk
happen.
to me.
Um, and there is not that like I can genuinely say like this is done. This is going. Like this isn't there's not going to be any stall. This is happening. So, I mean, we all may not be prepared. The world may not be prepared exactly for the revelation that's coming. But I mean, the truest words ever spoken. 2024 is a year of truth and revelation. We are seeing truth and revelation come across the board in so many forms and fashions. And this is not any different. There are some very big and hard truths that are going to be coming.
I hope
So,
so.
yeah,
I'm definitely at the I think I'm so
over it,
jaded.
right?
I just I've lost so much
Oh,
faith in it, and so like I hope like it's just one of those things where like I will always always hope for that, but I
mhm,
will never again hold my breath for it just because I just um I j- I just am like I hope so, but
mhm.
I'm not gonna let myself
Hold your breath and, like, let
yeah.
yourself hyperventilate and worry about it.
Yeah.
Truth Seeker says, "I'm worried about the jury being paid off or harassed." It's very interesting. I would hope that somebody would not be dumb enough to attempt to witness tamper or jury tamper. And Glitch says 2025 is the year of accountability. That's right. I say it too. You know what, Glitch? We're on the same page.
Okay, but that's next year.
Yeah,
Not this
I know,
year.
but look, it's coming.
I
Listen,
hope
we're
so.
all girl. We're almost at the end. I mean, come on now. I just
Yeah.
I just gained another year a couple of days ago, so I'm gaining some more, and we have to like 2025. Yeah, is going to be a year of accountability. 2024 is a year of truth and revelation.
Yeah.
That's just it. There
Do
has
you
been
see
so
this
much
one?
revelation, so many things that have been happening, even just recently. I'm absolutely um disgusted and floored at the amount of like officers, police officers that have recently been arrested here in the state of Indiana in dealings with child exploitation, CSAM. Like they really just like popped like 7 people. This stuff is disgusting. It's these people are in positions of power, and what worries me the most is like you teach your kids like police officers are okay, firemen are okay, your
Oh,
teachers are okay, like, and then
no,
to
my
see
kids are
these
not taught
things like, oh my gosh, like,
that.
ugh.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, there was a Department of Justice study where they were trying after they finished the study, they have not done it again. I think it was under Obama as the year like that's the only time frame I have for like a reference point. They were studying police misconduct and they were looking at the number of police officers that were arrested for various offenses. Like,
Mhm,
it was obviously not all of the police officers arrested during this time, but they were just trying to, because it was the first type of study of its kind where they were actually trying to look at it and get
mhm,
a grasp and like, okay, so here's what we know. Like, what do we need to dig? Like, it was kind of like a study before a study. Like, we need to figure out what we need to study, kind of thing. And the statistics based on just officers from across the country, they like when you look at just the percentages, like the percentage of population that are police officers versus any other demographic, they are
mhm,
arrested at higher rates than all the other demographics for violent crimes.
And that's the hot
And
mess and a crying shame.
one of the top crimes that they are arrested for is crimes against children.
Children.
And
Right.
the number of cases where they were arrested for crimes committed while they were on duty, and I'm not
Oh
talking
my
about
God.
officer-involved shootings, I'm talking about violent crimes against children and minors or people who they might not have been minors, but they were women in their custody while they were
Well,
being detained.
they would be considered um vulnerable, the
Yeah,
most
it would be
vulnerable
like
victims.
an officer or a
Yeah,
corrections officer does not have a consensual relationship with an inmate. Kinda
right,
like it's considered in that kind of category. But when
right.
you look at even when you look at the rates of violence of
Mhm.
officers against their own families, like domestic
Yeah.
violence, the the rates, like, it's no wonder they didn't really follow up on it after that study came out. I have not seen another one of its kind or anything like it, where it was
Mhm.
actually looking at cases of like, one of the things that was surprising to me, though, is I always was under the impression that they were not arrested as like, it's hard to get officers, they get off the hook a lot of times, but really they
Mhm.
don't. They are arrested at higher rates than I realized, but they're not prosecuted at the same rates as the other, like, when you compare them to different peer groups, they're
Mhm.
arrested at higher rates and then let off the hook at higher rates. Like,
Yeah, they tend to
that was
walk
concerning to
away.
me.
Yeah,
Yeah, and,
that's the concerning part. It is.
like, yeah, and it's it shouldn't be that way, but it is, and it's a tough one, but I try to, instead of getting demoralized by it, I try to remember, okay, the good the good apples, we have to
Mhm.
not make it harder for them to speak up, because a lot of times if you speak up, when, like, some people, they always talk about the thin blue line. We're the only thing standing in between chaos and, like, good and evil kind of shit. Um,
Yeah.
but the thing is, like, the good cops have come up against the gang side of that thin blue line. Like, some people get mad at me for trying to, like, going team Click, Ferency, and Murphy against Unified Command, but at the same
Mhm.
time, like, they like Click was apparently staring down a lot of these people. They were mad at him for speaking up, for turning this over. People got mad at Murphy for turning stuff over. But
Mhm.
we have to make it easier for the ones who are trying to follow just simple, like, they were trying to turn over Discovery because that's the law. You're supposed to.
Right.
Like, that's how we do things. And they are getting heat for it. So we have to make it where it's less stigmatized for them to do that and more stigmatized for Holmans and Mullen and all the Liggetts out there.
Mhm.
Like, they're trying to normalize secrecy, and that's not good. So that's kind of the only
Yeah.
thing I can do.
Well, it's
Like,
the problem is when the bad guys outweigh the good. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like they outweigh the good guys. And then what's happening is like as you're looking at all of these different situations, it's disturbing how many people have dropped dead connected
hmm
to this case. Um the body count in my opinion just keeps rising. Um because you just keep finding more and more connections, more and more different things happening. And even though they're not going to say it's not directly connected, I would, in my opinion, have to disagree. I'll
yeah,
just leave it
I'm
at
very
that.
concerned about this Stephanie Thompson and her daughter being killed in that fire.
Yes.
And, I go back and forth when it comes to the Pharisee thing. I go back and forth all the time because I'm like, how in the world could he have known Pharisee was going to be the first one out the door unless he knew Pharisee? Because apparently people who knew him knew he was the first one out the door. But at the same time, I
Yeah.
don't think he was expecting them to come out. I think he thought he was going to ambush them while they were inside.
Yeah. And see,
And so,
I really wanted to go to the Pharisee stuff, like the Shane Meehan meetings and stuff. Like,
yeah.
but they had so many like back and forths, like with his court appearances and stuff,
Oh,
like
yeah, for sure.
crazy. Um, but that aspect definitely, I feel like, all of these little pieces, these intricate pieces, it's like you want to know. So like you're thirsty to find the information, and
Mhm.
I just I can't even with all of this sometimes. Um I just know that there's got to be a light at the end of the tunnel somewhere. Um and I don't think that this was just one person. I don't
Yeah.
every fiber of my being does not agree that this is just one person.
It's a culture, and I think, like, 'cause some people are like, "Oh, all these people would have to be on the conspiracy." I'm like, "It's not a conspiracy, it's a culture." Like,
Yeah.
this is
Well,
how things happen in a corrupted culture where you're taking people's word for stuff instead of asking them to show their work. Like, that is one
yeah.
thing that, um, trying to get people to understand what you're trying to address. You're not trying to do a conspiracy to defend a defense attorney. Like, I get accused a lot of
No, but
doing stuff
in
to
my
defense. I'm like,
opinion,
this is not what this is.
no, but in my opinion, this was a perpetuated, coordinated effort amongst people. Like, people
Well,
know
yeah,
what in the hell is going on. They know. They're not willing to talk about it. And a majority of the time, they're not willing to talk about it because, in some form or fashion, they are involved in covering it up. And it may not be that they are direct people of covering up, but just not verbalizing
they're
it,
part
not
of the
saying
culture.
anything, you know. And I would imagine that it's for fear of retaliatory um, things that come to them because there are very dangerous things that are attached to this.
Oh,
I will say,
100%. But that's why I'm like, I will take an unpopular position because it's no skin off my back. But I will take the one that allows anybody who might want to speak up against it, especially from the inside, if I can make that easier, if I can be more encouraging to the ones that are like, okay, I'm not like, if I speak up, I'm not going to be the only one saying it.
mhm,
Like, I want to do that. And if I can do that with some facts and some logic and
mhm,
just some like genuine concern, because
mhm.
that's all I have. And so that's
Well,
what I'm going to use. And like,
right.
that's just where I'm at, like if I can encourage more people to do that or make it, um, what, like, even if I'm only adding one more voice to that choir, like that's all I know
That's
to
okay.
do,
That's okay.
you
You got
know?
a soprano. So,
Yeah.
um, but yeah, and that's another thing is like for me, like, okay, like if there is a presumption of innocence or guilt, if it comes down, like for me, it's not about like whether I believe that this person is like absolutely 100% innocent and guilty of this crime, like at this given point in time, because I feel like if he was involved, then the evidence would show. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, and like for me, it's not about it's about the right people being held accountable for their actions. You
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying? So
Yep.
if he's guilty and the evidence falls there and he's guilty and it's 100% beyond a reasonable doubt, whatever that he's guilty, fine, I'll accept that. If he's 100% beyond a reasonable doubt innocent, then okay, I can accept that too. But what I cannot accept is the blatant disregard for evidence, the blatant disregard for the community, the
Mhm.
state. People are paying for you to do a job and to make sure that we live in safe environments. And it doesn't seem like you're not only not doing that job, but in my opinion, you've got some other dirty shit going on and your hands are dirty. You're
Yeah.
getting something out of this. You are being compensated in some form or
Mhm.
fashion. And I don't give a damn. I'll say it to your face. I don't care.
Yeah.
There's something that you're doing that's wrong. And whatever the fuck you're doing, it needs to stop. And you
Yeah.
need to be held accountable for what you do. That's it, period.
Yeah.
So if I see something, I am a loudmouth bitch and I'm going to say something. I'm like your nosy
Same.
neighbor, motherfucker. You don't want it.
I'm definitely not a nosy neighbor, but like if I see like I'm the nosy neighbor of the public officials. Like I will nosy neighbor the shit out of their official duties.
Well, I mean, the fact of the
But I know
matter
what you
is
mean.
what thing, what's the point
Oh,
if I see it and I don't address it and I don't say something? When you don't say something,
uh-oh, did we lose her?
ugh,
Oh, there
hold
you
on
are.
a
Sorry.
second.
I heard the beep. I thought we lost you. Man, that was a good rant though. Holman probably will be. I will. Oh wait, hang on. I was trying to get the one above it. Hold on.
Okay.
I will.
Can you
I
hear
will
me
lose.
now? I'm so
Yeah, I can
sorry.
hear you. No, you're fine.
But listen, but if you see something that's going on, okay, if you see something bad and you see something that's wrong, you're supposed to say something. It's
Yep.
important to say something because nobody is going to know or be able to make a change. If you don't know what's wrong, you can't change. You can't make a change if you don't know what's wrong.
Yeah.
So it's important that somebody, when you see something, you say something, that you be brave and that you try to push forward for the better, for the greater good. Because
Yeah.
it's not just my generation that has to live this. I have children and grandchildren that this world has to be preserved for. And I
Yep.
want my kid and my grandkids to live in a world where I mean, obviously, we know that this isn't a full utopian society, that there's going to be good and bad. But I
Yeah.
wanna do my best to try to leave the world better than when I came into it. When I'm gone from this world,
Absolutely.
I want somebody to say, "Hey, listen, she did her best to try to leave the world a better place." That's it.
Absolutely. Could not have said it
Okay.
better. Let's see. Um, I'm trying to scroll through to see if we missed any other stuff. Um,
We may have to come back for Harshman. Like, you
oh, we
may have to just,
absolutely do
like,
for sure.
go
Like
through and
I
digest
need to
this and
figure
then
out
come
which
back.
notes I'm missing so that I can gather my next list of whatever. But yes, if you're up for it,
Of
I would
course.
love that. I would absolutely love that. Let me see here. Pretty sure everybody's just chatting, but I'm trying to see if I missed any um like questions that someone asked earlier that I didn't get to or skipped over.
Okay.
I'm scrolling. I found that most people, at least who have found my little corner of the internet, most of the people that um, find me and that I find them, I don't, I have no concerns about any of, like, I don't agree with everybody 100% on everything. Like, I think we all just have different perspectives, but what I am fully confident in, and it's the only thing I'm confident in, is that if we see evidence of something, like we will go with that, whether it's what we thought before or not, because
Yeah.
people on this side seem to be more concerned with pressuring the state for answers than like we don't have a dog in the fight. We want answers. We want accountability. We want
Mhm.
to make sure that things are done the way they're supposed to be done. Like you said, though, I think what you just said is a good example of why we care so much. Most of us have kids, and even if we don't, we have friends
Mhm.
and family. We have loved ones or people in our lives who've been a victim, and like it's important that we make sure the right person is connected to these crimes, that there's
Yeah.
accountability for public officials, for taxpayer. Like there's all kinds
Right.
of reasons to like actually care. But I do like all I can do is hope and pray that whatever jury gets picked, they will be those type of people
Right. And
who are
it's
just open to finding answers.
yes, and it's just it's even if okay, so even if RA is not the guy, let's say, even if he's not the guy, you have to worry about the fact that there have been people who perpetuated such a violent crime
Yeah.
still walking
Yep.
around. They're still walking around in public, and you don't know who these people are. I mean, some of the scariest things is that people like look at Rex Humerman, right? Like he's a dude in real estate building stuff. Were you thinking that he was going to be this serial psychopath? No.
Mm-mm.
You know, like it could
I
be
think some
somebody
people did,
like
but
it could
I know
be
what you
your
mean.
real estate agent, your
Yeah,
lawyer, whatever. Like
your
it's so
pastor, the local
crazy.
cop.
It's so crazy how scary and how I guess chameleon, like these types of
Yes,
people who have these type of proclivities, they have learned to become very good at camouflage. It's camouflage day for a lot of these people.
yeah.
Um, it's
What
just scary to
what
think
I have
about that.
found very, interesting and terrifying is normally, like, they hide real well, but then once you
Mhm.
identify them, like, once you're like, "Okay, you've been doing chameleon shit," when you start looking into them, like, it is just a rabbit hole of darkness and all kinds of stuff that just comes falling
Yes.
out of all their closets. But with Mr. Allen, there's nothing falling out of any closets. And I
Yeah,
think that's the
that's
thing because in my mind, like, I think my biggest fear in this case is that Bridge guy is out there living his best life or something.
exactly that
He's
he's
like, "Okay, everybody is all in on the state's theory, like, nobody's ever gonna come looking for me." And that terrifies me.
yes. Hold on. I forgot to drop my hubby a link. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I told him because he
Uh-oh, did she drop off? I think you're muted.
I'm here. I'm here. Hold
Oh, there
on
you go,
one
okay.
second.
Okay,
1 second.
all good. I'm gonna check comments while she does that. Um,
I feel bad. I forgot to drop my hubby the link. He was sleeping for work, and I
yeah.
was so excited. I was like, "My favorite
You're like,
creator
"Whoops."
invited me on." I was like, "I'm so excited." And, he's like, "Well, I'm gonna be sleeping a little bit for work." And I was like, "Okay." Um, as he's like, "Drop me a link." And I was so excited that I forgot to
Aw.
send the link.
You're like, "Whoops, sorry, honey."
And he texted, he's like, "You never dropped me the link."
You're like,
Oh,
"Whoops,
boy.
sorry." Well, now
But
he'll
I
have
told
something to
him, I
listen
was
to
like,
later.
yeah, and I was like, "You're probably gonna be kind of bored because 'cause we'll be talking about, like, all of, legal
Yeah.
aspects of, like, what happened and stuff." But, um, I just I hope that it was helpful. I hope that it was
I
informative.
like, I
Um,
feel like saying thank you is just too cheesy and not, like, it's not enough. Like, I don't think you understand how helpful this has been for so many things. Because I know we have transcripts for some of this, but there are things that happen, like the stuff that happened when you were coming in and out of court, like, even those things are so helpful for perspective and just kind of taking in more than is just on the page. And the fact that you have the
yeah,
patience to write really annoying, tedious questions sometimes, like, I appreciate that so much because it's hard. Sometimes when I ask these kind of follow-up questions, I think people think I'm questioning them or like,
right.
and I'm not. Like, I'm genuinely asking, and I feel like
No, you
I
genuinely
just
have
felt
to
like I
ask,
need to
though,
explain that to you,
because
and it's so nice
you
on
can
just on its own.
and it's also everybody's different perspective as well, and I
Yeah,
think that context is king because you can
for
ask
sure.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different people that were there, and each and every single one of us is gonna come away with our own, perspectives, um, and our own, interpretation of what
Yeah,
happened, and so I think that it's important, gathering all of these different perspectives and interpretations as a collective, and what you are doing is amazing. My girlfriend said to tell you that we are doing God's work, but you are doing God's work because it takes time and patience to go through
mhm,
and make this fluid and you know what I mean? And it just I appreciate that you're going through and that you are pulling this all together because it feels like a great like everybody working together as a collective
yeah,
for something better, I think.
yeah. Well, hopefully, well, I have my like I even before this case, like there are certain things that like I care about just in general, and a lot of those things are plaguing this case. And so
Yeah.
that kind of what um I think it's probably the reason why I have gone beyond just like plugging in and like following the case closely to trying to be useful. One, because I have a hard time watching a train wreck happen, but a lot of
Yes.
I started I think my idea for like the folder and the CCS really started taking shape around the time Michael Osbrook and Emma, the little law student, I shouldn't say little. I don't mean that
Yeah.
as to like she's a woman, like she's a grown, she's very competent. I just meant like
Yeah.
I meant that as a term of like she's the student.
Yes.
But when he had her on a stream and they were kind of talking about the contempt hearing and the process and how hard it was for them to just like jump in and make sense of what was going on. And
Hmm.
so in my mind, because I already am convinced that there's going to be a need for people to come after whatever happens at trial to be able
Yes.
to jump in on this and all hands on deck. And I want
Hmm.
there to be some sort of ground zero that literally anyone can jump into and get caught up and not have to try to track all this stuff down. Like there will be stuff that like actual attorneys like post conviction type stuff. Like there's all kinds of different areas, but I want there to be like a crash course available to anybody
Yes.
who is willing to care and to help. In my mind, like
Well,
I'm just trying to establish a crash course and also something that people can study because there are also so many lessons that need to be learned from what's happening.
also, well, yeah, and I think that it's good for somewhere to have like a collective where you can go through all this. Something that I found really interesting um, during my talks with different people, I was very surprised about different people's thoughts and feelings and impressions about issues in the case.
Hmm.
Um, and what I found most interesting is that there are a lot of people who have not, like, they're listening to the narrative that's being put out there, but they're not taking the time to go in and digest what's going
Yeah.
on there. So, like, I've asked the question, so how do you feel about this case? Like, do you believe that Richard Allen is innocent? Do you believe that he's guilty? And they'll say, I believe that he's guilty. And I'm like, okay, well, why do you feel like that he's guilty? Well, it's because he was there. He did this. And I'm like, but how do you feel about the defense contending that um, there's no like phone evidence, there's no like DNA evidence and all of that stuff. And they look at me like I have six heads.
Yeah.
Okay. They have looked at me like I have six heads and they don't want to talk about that. That's not something that they want to discuss. It's not something that they are willing to even consider. They just say, no, he's guilty. He
Well,
did this. I
that's our
know he
brains.
did
That's how
this.
it works.
Right. And they're like, I
You make
know
up your
he did
mind,
this.
you just reject new information. That's why it's important
Yeah.
not to yet. But
But
yeah, I know it's
there's so
yeah, there's
many
like a
people.
set.
There's so many people that I've come across that way though. Like when I've asked genuine opinions, those
Yeah.
are genuine answers that I've received back from individuals. So, um,
It can be discouraging, but that's one of the reasons why I just keep going. Like I keep planting seeds and doing like I mean, if one person's doing one thing, there's not going to be a difference, but like in my mind I'm like, okay, if somebody else comes along, I'll be one more, they'll be one more. Like that's all it's really all we can do. But like I do sometimes I do get very discouraged because I've gotten the same thing from some people. But then
mhm.
I do see then I come across people like you or people like a lot of the people in the chat like who give me hope even though I am
Okay,
still
well,
jaded.
I'm glad that you say I give you some hope, but I
Absolutely.
I don't know, you know what I mean? Because like when I first like I've followed this case obviously from the beginning. Um, from when it happened and looking at it, I just didn't feel like there was something wrong. Like when Richard Allen started having hearings last June, and people are coming out from the hearings and they are talking about um, what happened in court. They're just there was so many questions that there it doesn't make sense. None of this makes
Yeah.
sense. Everybody's coming out different things. And I
Mhm.
felt like it was like a picking and choosing of
Yeah.
what would be shared, what wouldn't be shared. And I thought, my God, I want to hit my head against a brick wall because I'm not getting a full and entire answer about what's going on. You
Yeah.
know, like what in the world is going on in this case? And so I just
And trying to
finally
get a
had to
straight
say,
answer is difficult.
yeah, and sometimes the best answer is if you want the best results, sometimes you just got to do it yourself.
For sure.
So
Absolutely.
I went to my husband and I was like, I love you and thank you. Can I please, pretty, pretty, please, with cherries on top, go? And he was like, sure. And I
Yeah.
was like, yahoo! You know?
Yeah.
So I told myself, I was like, okay, so I have this option to go and I'm just going to make the best of my experience. So
Yeah.
I'm going to do my best to get as much information to understand if there's something that I see that I don't understand. Um, I do try to go look for more information and
Yeah.
answers so that I understand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And um, even asking questions, I've learned that it's okay to ask questions and it's okay not to know something. I feel
Yeah.
like a lot of the time, when, especially if you have new individuals that are coming into this case, and trying to learn, there are a lot of times that individuals are shut out or they are shunned because they
They
do
have
something as
questions.
simple as ask a question.
Yep.
And if you don't ask questions, you never get anywhere.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
For sure. Well, I will say, well, actually, I'll say two things. One, tell your husband that we are very grateful
He's here in
for, yeah,
chat.
like, oh, hello. We are very grateful that we can steal her anytime she is up for it. But two, like, one of the, like, when I was saying the thing about, like, how you give me hope, there are a few people that, at least in this space, that like when I talk about, I hope the jury can be as open to like just whatever. Like if he's guilty, fine, let's get him. If he's not, fine. Like like even if he turns out to be guilty, I'll accept it. But I will still continue asking for accountability for the state. But like there are certain people like you in criminality. If I have faith that if you two were to come to the conclusion that he's guilty, I will know that it will not have been because you just took someone's word. Like I will
Right.
that it was based on evidence and actual common sense and like genuine adherence to how we come. Like that, it would not be something you came to lightly.
No,
Actual
it's
thought would have
not.
gone into it. And that's the kind of
And
jury that I'm hoping for. Like if I get a yet, like the jury comes back and says this, like I can respect those kind of things, but like my biggest fear is that the judge is only going to allow stuff that helps the state, like convince people of their theory, and they're not. She's not going to allow the defense. She's not going to let this defendant defend himself. And so, like a conviction in that kind of scenario means
yes.
absolutely nothing. And so, like that is what I think I'm real concerned about that. And so I'm glad
Yeah.
at least people in the courtroom to let us know because there's no cameras, there's no audio. So we're going to have to rely on people like you and a handful of other people, hopefully, to really be the eyes and ears about how much faith we can place in what did or didn't happen during these proceedings.
Yeah.
I'm very
And
concerned about it.
It's going to take all of us as a collective,
Yeah,
to make this happen. Um, and yeah, I can't I can't even begin to just say how really truly important all of this is.
yeah,
Um, so if you know if we do our best, and like for me, I don't take this very lightly. This is not an issue that I take lightly. This is somebody's life. Um this is important. This is important for not even just um the defendant. This is important
yeah,
for all of the family involved, all of them, whether it be the defendant's family, the victim's
right,
families. Um there's a lot of things that need to be addressed here.
for sure.
Um Also, I don't just do my due diligence when it comes to like this legal proceedings or whatever. Like I am a deep diver in this case. I definitely look for connections.
Yeah.
Um there are things that I've seen, that I've found, that I'm like, "Ooh boy," you know. And I try to stay as aware of the painted narrative as possible.
Mhm,
And I call it the painted narrative because things have been changed and tweaked a lot for a very long time. So after so long of things being put out there and tweaked and everything else, it's like blurred lines.
mhm,
So it's very important that you learn to you have to learn to really just to decipher, um,
absolutely.
and wield through and wade through what is going to be fact and what's going to be, you know, not, basically.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I don't have a room with strings and pictures and a map. I have notebooks upon notebooks upon notebooks, that I just work in. For me, even just seeing things visually, it makes a world of difference if I write things out, map things out. Um,
Yeah, me too.
yeah, because I want to be able to see connections and things like that. Um,
Me too, and it
and
helps me process and retain, but it also helps me be able to scrutinize it. Because when I'm trying to put it into, like, like another document to reconstruct something, I'm like, "Okay, why isn't this adding up? Is it because it's missing
right,
something or because something is not, um,
right,
like it's
and
like there's a contradiction here that we need to drill down on?" Like, it's
right.
helpful to do that kinda stuff. It
Well,
allows you to
it's
test it.
crazy because my mind, every single time I learn something new, like, I'm always learning something new about this case.
Me
Okay.
too.
So every single time that I learn something new, I file it in my brain system, but I also go on and search for further information, whether something can be um
To follow up on it
verified.
more.
Right.
Yeah.
And so for example, woman is in my Discord server. And she will tell you that when you go in there, I kind of joke because it's like a step into my brain, right? Because there's so
Hilarious.
many tabs,
Okay,
so
somebody better
many
send me a link
tabs.
to that.
I
How did I
will
not know this?
actually. I will, so that you can go in and you can be like, "Oh my god, this is mammal." I call it my grime zone,
Nice.
Gritty's grime zone, because there's so many different subjects. There's so many different angles that go in and out of my mind. It's yeah, woman said it's like a library. Kayla's in there too. She said so many. Like you would be like, "Oh my god, how do you have this many hours in the day to process and think about this stuff?" You know, um these are viable things that go through my mind, and there are viable links that I have found that I have posted in there. Um and things like that. So it kind of like when you get into there, you kind of get an idea of what it's like to be in my mind. And
Yeah.
then you start to understand, like, okay, now I understand where you are on this and that, it's kind of self-explanatory, I guess, from there.
Yeah.
And I probably do, like, on some notes, you may look at some of my tabs and you may think that I drank the Kool-Aid and became a conspiracy theorist in some regard. I promise I'm not
Well,
a
I know
conspiracy theorist. Like,
I felt like
I
that when I was delving into all the Odinist stuff in the very beginning because I'd never heard of it, and I'm like, okay, am I losing my mind? Am I like, do I need a tinfoil hat now? Because it's
yes,
some stuff. It's just so
I have
crazy that it feels like it, but then when you're like, okay, but I'm not gonna ignore facts just because
listen,
it sounds
I'm not
crazy.
right, but I'm not even playing with you at this point right now. I literally told my husband, because like they talk about the tentacles in this case, right? And I told my husband, I was like, I am so super serial when I say that I have like this instinct and this gut feeling that this is tied to a much larger narrative that we're seeing playing out currently.
Mhm.
Um, and it's coming. Like, it's coming. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it has the feels of like there's some Epstein Diddy type connection type stuff going on there. I'm so super serial about that.
Well, I
Woman
don't
said
think
super serial.
one of the things that's hard to explain to people is like there is no such thing as a safe town. Like there's
No,
no town on any continent in the world where kids are magically not vulnerable to predators. Like it's just like,
right.
like it's you cannot treat your town as some sort of unique area where that doesn't happen. You cannot
No,
treat your
we
police
don't live in
force like they
Mayberry
would never
anymore.
do that kind of thing. Like that is
Yeah.
just I would love to live in that world, but we don't live in that world. And so it's just it's one of those things that we have to be aware of and proceed with that awareness as opposed to like if it's something that you have not experienced firsthand or like it's not something that's just common, that's one thing, but to say that it just doesn't exist because you're not aware of it, that's a
Yes.
whole different level, you
Right.
know.
Or calling somebody else a liar because
Yeah,
you're not educated on certain aspects or areas.
or because it's
That
never
bothers
affected your
me.
life or someone in your family's life, that kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think it bothers me when you shut somebody else down because everybody has something to say or everybody has some piece of information or maybe perspective or whatever. And I think the worst thing that you can do to one another is refuse to listen or to shut
Mhm.
somebody else down because it doesn't align in your belief system. That is the worst thing that you can do.
Yeah. I just
So,
remembered, I keep forgetting to do it every time I'm like, okay, when I go live, I need to remember to finish like getting some mods going, and then at the end of the stream, I'm like, oh, I can't even scroll up back far enough. But um, I am absolutely listening, but I'm trying to multitask, and that's yeah, I'm
oh my
going through
gosh,
here.
I'm reading the comments. And when I said that this was like a tentacle, like Diddy, like Epstein thing, Thomas Scott said baby oil. And I didn't say anything. And Glitch said stock up. Oh my God, I'm just about to spit my drink into back into
Oh
my
my goodness.
cup. Oh my God. Yeah, and I am right. It's all dirty secrets. All of it is a dirty little secret. And
Yeah.
every like I'm serious. Revelation, like everybody is waiting for that train to arrive at Revelation and Confirmation Station.
Yeah.
And I mean, here's the biggest truth about this is that there are some things that we will hear and there are some things that we will see that will be brought to light.
Yeah.
However, Not everything that's done in the dark will come to light with this.
That's true. It's gonna be a
So,
process for sure to peel back all
right,
those layers.
correct. And so it's not all going to come to light at one time, is what I will say.
Yeah,
So we're going to see the line of justice come in succession. Like it's going to be in parts, in pieces. And that's how I feel about it. Like that's
yeah,
what it's going to be. That is, we have to wait. And I think that's the hardest part. The hardest part about all of this is playing the waiting game.
yeah,
Um, it kind of like I shared this song. It's by an artist named Jason Parsons, and it's called Waiting Game.
yeah,
Um, and the lyrics are, it's just this waiting game that I don't know how to play. It's enough of a fight anyway. Like it's already like this is already enough that you're already feeling like you're swinging to get out or swinging to make room. And as you're swinging and you're getting yourself out, you're just being crammed with more. Yeah, that's the only way that I can describe it. You have to follow the money. Correct. Follow the
no,
money
for
because
sure,
money
for sure.
is a lot of revelation. Yeah.
Oh, I hear the kitty trying to get in. Oh my gosh, this cat is ridiculous. I can hear her trying to open the door.
I heard her last night. She was just a talking and
Oh
giving
my
her
god,
opinion.
yes.
I totally love it. My doggies do that too. You'll
Well,
regularly hear Dexter on my lives,
it's so
barking
yeah,
and giving his 2 cents in as to what mommy's talking about.
yes. He always sounds like a very good boy. I grew up with dogs and like all kinds of animals. We had like a couple of cats over time, but they were just rescues or they like moved themselves in. But my daughters love cats, and so we always have more cats than anything. But
Yeah.
this little kitty is the most ridiculous of them all.
Aw.
Like, um, she is she's ridiculous. Just yeah. She was trying to take over the trackpad last night on my laptop. She would
Uh-huh.
not give it up. Like I feel like she was for like at least an hour. I was having to like keep moving her. It was like a little toddler who just wants to keep running and keep running. Every time you bring them
Aw.
back, they just dart back out. That's what she's like an actual toddler. Little cat is ridiculous.
That's how
But
Aurora is though. Like Aurora, she gets the zoomies. She's a husky, right?
yeah,
And
man.
she gets the zoomies. But you know what's the most hilarious thing that I love the most about Aurora is that Aurora will play fetch with herself. Okay. So she's got this like little rubber, like I bought her like this little rubber ball that has like um the gritty like ends to it, like
Uh-huh.
it's good for their teeth. It's
Yeah.
definitely good for high energy dogs, especially that,
Yeah.
can be destructive. And it's so hilarious because she will get a hold of her ball and she will start to chew on it and she will toss it in the air and then she tosses it across the room and then she'll run after it and come running back in the room, right? And she jumps on the bed. It's the same way every single
That's
time. She jumps on the
hilarious.
bed. She's going crazy. She's got the zoomies, and she's playing fetch with herself. And then you have um Bernard and Dexter wanting to get on the fun. She's having all the fun on her own. And they want to get in on the fun and they start running with her and
Oh,
barking
that's
like,
so funny.
"Hey, I want to
They're like,
play."
"Throw it to me, me."
Yeah, and they're just like a bunch of toddlers too, but it's so
Yeah,
cute. I love it.
I love it.
I
I
love it. The
absolutely love it.
personality, like, I don't care what nobody says, animals have all the personality in the
Yes,
world.
they do.
My
Like,
grandfather will tell me, he's like, "Dogs don't have personality.
yes,
Dogs
they
don't have
do.
feelings." Yes, they do. They
I'm
are
sorry, but
just like
in my
you and
mind,
me.
they're people. Like, they don't
Right.
speak our language, but, like, they're absolutely people.
Right. I mean, they're just furry, they walk on 4 legs and they have a tail, but don't
Yeah,
think that they don't have an opinion because
yeah,
they
for
will give it to you.
sure. Yeah, yours always do in those lives. That's so funny to me. Like, that's kinda
They're
how Cat was last night.
outspoken.
Like, if I'm talking, she wants to, like, come in and she just, like, starts, like we call her a squeak toy, though, because she doesn't meow right. And so, like, she always yeah, like, when people are talking, I love it when animals do that. They're just trying to participate.
That's so awesome. Hi, Flower Girl. I'm so glad to see you. I haven't seen you in forever. Um, I just send you all of my love and my blessings. I hope you're doing well. Um, Sorry, she came in and she said, "Hey, I haven't seen her in like forever."
Oh,
Um,
I'm trying to help the kitty. I'm not looking at the like I was trying to at the end of every live. I always am like, oh, I need to do all this real quick, and then I can't. And that's usually I swear the cat has a radar like for when I'm trying to like, okay, I have a few more things. If I could just get done, this would be so great finally. And then she starts coming in, and then I'm like trying to hold my Bluetooth, like my either my headphones. I'm trying to stay close enough to the computer where I don't
uh-huh.
disconnect.
That's how Dexter is. Listen, Dexter gets to
Like,
the point where he comes in and he wants all the attention, right? And so
yeah.
like I can have my phone in my hand and be doing something and he will literally take his snout and he will take my arm and he will knock his nose under my arm and flip my hand away from the phone to his belly and he wants belly rubs. And then if
So
I
funny.
don't do it right away, he's like, "Rawr," and he's got something to say about it. It's like he does
Do you
like
think
this little
criminal network
mode where
on
he's
it?
like telling me about it, and he'll be like, "Rawr." Oh my goodness. They
That's so
all do
funny.
it. And even Aurora, she's very vocal. Like Aurora will tell you about yourself. If you leave the house and you come back, she's inspecting you and she is giving you the third degree. Like she immediately starts barking at you, like, where have you been? What have you been doing? Have you been around any other doggies? And oh yeah, she's on it.
That's so funny.
So
Okay, well, I don't even think I'm like I'll be so behind.
I think you're cooked for tonight,
I think
honestly, as
I
far as like
am
the
like, and now with
information
the cat in
goes.
here, I can't even. I'm
You're
like, wait, what was I doing?
Yeah,
She's
like
such a
you're
mess
at a cap right there, you
for
know.
sure. Okay, yeah, we are absolutely doing this again sometime. I know. I
Okay.
feel like the closer it gets to trial, like everybody's going to be trying to do stuff, so we'll have to probably get creative. But I will work around like whatever time works for you. I'll make it work for me because I appreciate you so much for one having the patience for me to be so like literally line by line of your notes. Even though we have transcripts for some of this, I still am like going through your notes because it's
That's okay
helpful.
though. That's
So yes,
okay though, because that's how you learn. That's how you gain understanding. And that's how I'm able to um answer those questions because
yeah,
I'm sure that you are not the only person that has questions about what happened. And even like on my channel, when I go through my notes, when I'm first going through them, it's just trying to get through the enormous amount going on. So
yeah,
I appreciate when you ask questions because it gives me a chance to kind of be able to step back to think about it, you know what I mean? And then kind of formulate my thoughts and opinions on what's happening or what's going on. Or there may be something that I have seen that comes to mind that I can say, yeah, this is also something of note. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So
for
yeah,
sure.
I appreciate it because it actually gives me a chance to step back and look at my notes and just help to,
Yeah,
you know, stay objective.
yeah.
Really, honestly, that's it really helps me to stay objective.
Well, I also want to say thank you to everybody who came tonight. Also, um, all like everybody who comes to do this with it. Like it is a group effort. And I just I like I know there have been some crazy things happen in this obviously in this space, just in general. Like some people have been put through the ringer, but there are some
Mhm.
really great people. I have found some really truly wonderful people. Um, and
There are
I'm just
some
grateful for
very
them.
Yeah, there are some very good-hearted people. There are some very knowledgeable people.
Mhm.
Um, I have come across so many um, great people, And there are people that I have formed friendships and connections with that will be for the rest of my life. Like we will be friends for the rest of our lives. And this will be an experience that we will always share together.
That's
You know what
true.
I mean? This
Very
is just
true.
something, this is just one of our
Everybody's
experiences.
trauma bonded
Yeah.
on some level.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna go help this little kitty, and I hope all of
Mhm.
you enjoy the rest of your night. And we
Yes.
will see y'all. We'll see y'all the next time.
Yep. See you guys next time. Thanks for coming
Thank
and
you.
listening. Bye.
Bye.